Dus ik tekst haar. Jij bent meer dan seks waard, echt waar. Wij worden een echtpaar en echt ja.
One, two, Today I'm appealing for leadership from
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat so we can start with today's program. Please join us in the ballroom. We have plenty of seats as well up front, so don't be shy. Bon dia, good morning everyone. And on behalf of the DCCA, I welcome all of you to the third conference day of A Flight to the Future. Bon bini and welcome as well to all of our industry partners, our speakers, our panelists, all of our guests, and also our virtual audience. Bon bini once more. We've touched on different angles when it comes to sustainability throughout this Flight to the Future week. On Monday, we took off with the signing of the MOU on sustainability in aviation, which represents the commitment on behalf of the government and the support to the DCCA islands. Yesterday, we heard personal success stories and also got insight on sustainable journeys related to tourism. And today, we cycle back focusing on sustainable operations of airports with the topic of the day, pushing the limit, changing the future. I want to remind all of you once more, some of you already know the drill, but you have the QR code on your tables. Our virtual audience has the link as well to participate with questions throughout this morning on Slido. You can do so anonymously as well. So please take part in the conversation, engage, because it's also a valuable asset to this conference. Our first speaker for today is responsible for sustainability and strategy at Rotterdam, the Hague Airport. Michelle Samson has a master's in systems engineering, policy analysis, and management from the TU Delft in the Netherlands, and has been with the Royal Schiphol Group for several years. Michelle is one of the authors of the Sustainability Vision and Roadmap for Royal Schiphol Group. Here to tell us more on Schiphol's sustainability plan for the future, we welcome Mrs. Michelle Samson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle, and I've been for the Schiphol Group for 8 years now, of which the last 2.5 years for Rotterdam, the Hague Airport. Thank you for this great introduction. To be honest with you, it always feels a bit awkward to fly so far for a sustainability event. I'm really critical about my personal carbon budget, but I have to tell you, I'm very, very happy that I made the trip. So, is it okay now? Oh, thank you. So I have a really loud voice, so I hope you heard the beginning. So I'm really happy I made this trip. So to be here this week during this historic moment of the first electric flights in the Dutch Caribbean, but also during the signing of the MOU last Monday. And for me personally, it's really valuable to see how this connection is so relevant socially, this inter-island connectivity. So I'm really happy to be here. And I hope that we contribute to this collaboration because in the Netherlands, we have this air rail agenda. So flying, we think it's not necessary to fly below 500 or 700 kilometers. So we actually have to wait for this innovation to speed up. So I think it's really great that we can start here with the first electric flights because there is a real use case here. And of course, thank you for hosting this amazing event. I'm really happy to contribute to that. So I will give a brief introduction, tell you more about the climate crisis we're currently in, tell you more about sustainability strategy, and then give some practical examples of Rotterdam, the Hague Airport, and Amsterdam, Schiphol. And then we will talk about the future developments. So Schiphol consists of 4 airports in the Netherlands: Rotterdam, the Hague Airport, Eindhoven, Lelystad, and of course Amsterdam Airport itself. And we have some shares abroad. And the shares abroad are really, really valuable for the knowledge exchange. So we have this sustainability knowledge network. And I think it's really amazing that we share this knowledge, because every country and every airport have different sustainability challenges due to cultural or geographical differences. So we learn a lot from each other. In the Schiphol group in the Netherlands, it's very valuable that we have this really big airport and that we have several small airports that we use as testing grounds. So we actually have both, best of both worlds. So we have these small airports to do the testing, but we also have the big buying power and the scale possibilities of the group from Schiphol. Last but not least, I'm very proud to tell you that Rotterdam, Eindhoven and Amsterdam have reached the airport accreditation level 4+. It already has been mentioned last Monday, but it's really, really important that we show, because this level 4 is actually a reduction path according to the 1.5 degrees global warming, and you need to prove that to an independent auditor. I think it's really important that we be transparent about our footprint and that we actually show that we care and that we reduce our footprint. And it's true that the banks asking for these kind of accreditations in Europe. Last but not least, I think it's important that you all join the program, and Rotterdam recently joined the program and ended up in level 4+ in one step, so it's possible to do so. It's the vision of Schiphol to create the world's most sustainable and high-quality airports. And it's built on the belief that these 3 pillars, the quality of life, the quality of network, and the quality of service, are in balance. In order to create the socio-economic value connecting the world via a smooth and personal process, but within the planetary boundaries, and being good for the people around us and our own employees. So we believe that these 3 pillars need to be in balance. For Rotterdam, the Hague Airport, it's a bit different, because we are such a small airport. We need to be relevant for the region we're in. So sustainability used to be about our license to grow. I think that's still the case in some parts of the world, but especially in Europe, especially in the Netherlands, it's about our license to operate, or it's actually about our license not to reduce air traffic connectivity. So sustainability is at the heart of our company. It's one of the major challenges we are facing right now. And I think it's also important to address why it's that important. So it already has been said Monday, but we don't have much time left. And the effects of climate changes are catastrophic. So we're talking about extreme weather events, flooding, drought, poverty. There are a million species facing extinction, and I don't think that we're doing enough. So it's great that we have this first electric flight, but we need to do more as aviation. The greenhouse gas levels are at an all-time high. And it already has been said, but being carbon neutral is not good enough. We definitely have to shift the paradigm to be completely circular. Next to all the fossil fuels we burn every day, we use too much resources on a daily basis as well. So Europe has, or the Netherlands, uses around 3 planets. That's not possible, but we actually tear in other resources of the Earth. And I think Aruba is here maybe having the same kind of behavior as the United States. This is not a durable situation, so we have to change that. The oceans are dying. The coral reef have died for the last 30 years, almost half of it. The air we breathe, it's polluted. We are depending on the ecosystem for food security. MIT is warning us for 1 billion or millions of people who will be refugees. And the worst part about climate change is actually that 50% of the global carbon emission is emitted by the 10% richest people of the world. I think that's also the solution, because the richest people have the power and they can change it, but we have to do it. And I really believe innovation, that it's possible, but we have to step up and So the good thing is the richest people have the money to do so. The technology is there. We just have to change our behavior. And people are worried. So these are the headlines of a few newspapers of the last few weeks, months in the Netherlands. So for those who don't speak Dutch, people at Schiphol are worried about their health due to ultrafine particles. There is this political party who wants to shut down the airport at Rotterdam, the Hague airport. And the Milieudefensie, that's a Dutch NGO, that one is the game changer. So they won a court case against Shell, and it's actually a court ruling that Shell has to reduce their carbon emission. That's never have been before, and now this NGO has attacking 30 other companies in the Netherlands, of which aviation. So the public definitely steps up, wants us to change, and I think we need to do as well. And we are doing it, but it has to be faster. So this is a rather old movie, but I think it's still really relevant, and everyone who has the time to see this opening speech after COP27 yesterday from Al Gore, I would definitely, it was 15 minutes, so it was too long to include it here. I would definitely say you should watch it, but this one is also very, very relevant.
Today I'm appealing for leadership from politicians, from business and scientists, and from the public everywhere. We have the tools to make our actions effective. What we still lack, even after the Paris Agreement, is the leadership and the ambition to do what is needed. And what makes all of this even more disturbing is that we were warned. Scientists have been telling us for decades, over and over again. And far too many leaders have refused to listen. And far too few have acted with the vision the science demands. And we see the results. In some situations, they are approaching scientists' worst-case scenarios. The world's richest nations are the most responsible for the climate crisis, yet the effects are being felt first and worst by the poorest nations and the most vulnerable peoples and communities. Existing technologies are waiting to come online. Cleaner fuels, alternative building materials, better batteries, and advances in farming and land use. And these and other innovations can have a major role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions so we can hit the Paris targets and inject the great ambition that is so urgently needed. Let us use the next year for transformational decisions in boardrooms, executive suites, and parliaments across the world. Let us raise our sights, build coalitions, and make our leaders listen. There is no more time to waste. As the ferocity of this summer's wildfires and heatwaves shows, the world is changing before our eyes. We are careering towards the edge of the abyss. It is not too late to shift course, but every day that passes means the world eats up a little more and the cost of our inaction mounts. Every day we fail to act is a day that we step a little closer towards a fate that none of us want. A fate that will resonate through generations in the damage done to humankind and life on Earth. Our fate is in our hands. The world is counting on all of us to rise to the challenge before it is too late. I count on you all.
So, I totally agree. Innovation is on our side. We can do it, we can change it. But we need to speed up. So, that was the sad story of today. We're now going to tell you more about the good news, and it's actually possible to become sustainable and all the challenges we are facing at the moment. So the Schiphol Group, it already has been said last Monday, the impact of aviation is not at the airport. We are fully aware of that. But we actually want aviation to change, and therefore we feel that we are an important party in this ecosystem. So that's why we have this sustainability strategy, and it's a two-pillar strategy. So it's basically built on two important things, influence and impact. So yes, Our main goal is to make aviation more sustainable. We do that for the communities, so for our own employees, for the future generation, but also for the neighboring communities. But as an airport, we don't own planes, we don't buy kerosene, so it's pretty difficult. So that's why we have this vertical axis, and we say, okay, all the things we can control, we do the best we can. So we want to be completely energy positive, and we need it for the future planes to come. And we want to be completely circular, which is also a very business-wise thing to do. And we are practice what you preach, because we believe that that is the only way that we can steer and incentivize this sustainable aviation and collaborate with all the partners in the ecosystem, from the airline, from the fuel company, to the air traffic control, to the passenger. So we believe that we are an important party, and that's why we have this two-pillar strategy. So we have the highest sustainability strategy for our own assets, and that's why we actually want to practice what you preach. And we take it very seriously. So all those 4 teams, they have a goal for 2050, they have a goal for 2030, and intermediate milestones. Every team has 10 actions, and they all have 2 to 3 sub-actions. So there are more than 200 sub-actions behind this roadmap. And they all have someone responsible for it, a time and a budget. We report to this with this roadmap every 3 months to the board of directors of Royal Schiphol Group and the supervisory board. So this is how important sustainability is for all the airports in the Schiphol Group. We all have the same goals. And to dive a little bit deeper into the circular economy, it already has been said, but climate neutral, energy positive, carbon neutral, all those definitions, it's not good enough. It's only about energy. So we have to shift to the circular economy. Because at this moment, our whole system, we use resources, a product has been made, we use it, sometimes for a day, single-use plastic, sometimes for a year, for example, your iPhone, and then we throw it away. And most of the time, we actually burn it. It's really stupid because all the resources never come back. It's basic science. We have to shift to a circular economy. So think about the resources, make the system more sustainable, and actually design for disassembly or design for reuse, or actually don't design. So we are trying at Schiphol to refuse and rethink the whole system. So we do a bottom-up and a top-down approach. All the old stuff, we try to recycle, reuse as much as possible, but the new stuff we really try, is it necessary? And there are also some non-asset solutions, which is of course the most sustainable. So to give you a few examples, start with the energy positive. The main energy sources at an airport is natural gas, electricity, and petrol or diesel. So all the buildings have a roadmap to become natural gas free. So the new buildings are very energy efficient, a lot of daylight, don't use natural gas. They have a heat and cold storage, for example. So there's 2 examples of the latest buildings in the Schiphol Group. At Rotterdam, it's really easy. So we are almost now renovating all the buildings. So we're almost, we have 3 buildings left who still use natural gas, but well before 2030 it's possible to don't use any natural gas anymore. At Schiphol it's a little bit difficult because of the scale, but there we see the green gas as a solution for the last buildings who are in the portfolio. All the airports already use 100% renewable energy, wind-powered in the Netherlands. And at Rotterdam we also have a big solar park. It's 7.7 hectares, 39,000 solar panels. So it's completely next to the runway, and it powers 3 times all the energy we need as an airport. But we think we will need it in the future anyway. And for the fuel consumption, for all the ground support equipment, at Schiphol we use gas to liquids. And at Rotterdam, we already have the next fuel, which is HVO100. It's a hydrotreated vegetable oil. It's based on residuals and has a reduction of 90% of carbon emission. It's not the vision we have to have everything on HVO100. That's now the moment. It is so, but we really want to electrify everything, or maybe the heavy vehicles to have it running on hydrogen. So, for example, the biggest polluter on air side for the ground equipment is the GPU, the ground power unit. Every airport already has 3 of those electrified, and we now have a roadmap to have them all electrified before 2030, hopefully. All the buses are electric, the taxis are electric, so we are changing the fuel so that the fuel already is the most sustainable as possible, and in the meantime, getting all the equipment electric. For the circular economy, there are 2 typical streams at an airport. It's the operational waste and the infrastructural waste. So the operational waste comes from the terminals and the offices, and there we really want to first start separating, because if you separate it, you can actually reuse it or recycle it, and the best thing is to upcycle it. So for example, orange peel, you can make soap out of it, but coffee, you can use it for building materials. But first, of course, you need to separate it. So we have this new waste, it's not a waste contract, we actually call it now a resource management contract, because we truly see the value of the resources in the future. And now it's cost value, but it will definitely be of value in the future. But of course, the main impact for the residual streams is, of course, infrastructural. So the airports have a massive amount of steel, concrete, asphalt, and the carbon captured in there is really big. It's not yet in all the carbon accreditation footprints, it will be, but if you look at the whole value chain and also the impact you have as a big infrastructural party, definitely there is a lot of sustainable possibilities there. So the new buildings, they have a material passport. We really want to design for disassembly so that we know what's in there and that we actually can reuse it in the future. And all the old buildings we are now refurbishing, and instead of demolition, we try to do urban mining. So to see what's in there before we demolish a building, we take a look and we get all the things out and reuse it in the new buildings. So we are in a transition phase here. For the communities, air quality and noise is one of the oldest sustainability themes, so it's still really relevant, but we have also learned a lot. So we learned that noise is not only about the acoustics, but also about the non-acoustic factors and how you, so we really try to integrate more and collaborate more with the local communities, but also be more transparent and also about the impact of the noise and the expectations they could have. It already has been said, but if you're good for your people, they're good to you. So we are definitely investing in a healthy and inclusive workplace. And so, for example, at Rotterdam, we have this hospitality campus on site, and it was very, very valuable during the COVID recovery that we have all these young people who could help out. So that was the reason why Rotterdam actually didn't have major delays and was now in the recovery phase very, very effective. Climate adaptation and biodiversity, that's something new. We are researching the impact, so we see in the future that there might be less fog, more rain and more heavy rains and showers. We also see this wind direction changing. It might be an impact on the uplift, so it might be an impact on the length of the runway. But again, in the Netherlands, we don't see that much of climate change yet. So I think it's much more urgent here in these areas than at Schiphol, but we are preparing for climate change as well. And then, of course, sustainable aviation. I think this is the main topic of this conference. It's been overlooked probably, but the landside connectivity has a big carbon footprint as well. So in our numbers, the landside accessibility is almost the same as the whole landing and takeoff cycle. So Schiphol has a great track record and public transport connectivity. At Rotterdam, it's quite a poor connection. I know it's here really different, so we have a few bus lines and a metro line, but for Netherlands perspective, it's a poor connection. So therefore, we are investing a lot in the electric vehicles, the infrastructure, but also in shared mobility concepts and the bike. And the bike it's absolutely great. So a lot of our personnel could come by bike to work. They do so. It's really healthy, and it also saves a lot of parking spaces, which we can rent to the passengers. There are actually a lot of passengers who come by bike to the airport. So they want to fly, they fly light, and we are really close to the city. So we see a lot of passengers coming to the airport by bike. We also have a program for making the passenger journey more sustainable. So we care what they do at the airport. So we try to have local and sustainable food and beverage. And Schiphol also has an excellent program worldwide to combat human trafficking and wildlife trafficking. And of course, most important, we really want to make sustainable aviation net zero. And there are a few options. So to start with electric, so you can see the picture of the Pipistrel. So it's Rotterdam The Hague Airport is the home base airport of this amazing aircraft. And so for electric aviation, we see that now, through the studies, it is a maximum of hopefully 100 people for 500 to maximum 1,000 kilometers. So that's what we believe that might be possible. So it's really great that we have this short haul zero emission aviation, but we should not think that that would decarbonize the whole aviation sector. So for the numbers in the Netherlands, it's possible to have like 1 to 2% of the carbon emission electrified by electric zero emission aircraft. So that's absolutely not the solution. Yes, we need to do it. Yes, it is really important, and it's fantastic that we can enhance zero emission connectivity, but absolutely not the silver bullet. So if we take a look at hydrogen aviation, the range is expanding to 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. So that's more relevant. And for, I think, all the regional airports, that is the range that we typically fly. So we actually think that electric and hydrogen aviation would be possible for an airport like Eindhoven or Rotterdam The Hague Airport. But for Schiphol, especially as you look when the fleet renewal will take place, so the new planes that come into market today will fly for the next 20 years. And if we expect the aircraft to be at the market at 2035 and start the fleet renewal at a pace that we are used to because it's very costly, then in 2050 at Schiphol there might be 10–50% of hydrogen aircraft. So that is really difficult. And also the main rule is that 20% of the flights are long distance and account for 80% of the carbon emissions. So for Schiphol, sustainable aviation fuels is the main driver to decarbonize aviation today and for the next decades. So that's why we, for the smaller airports, invest in electric and hydrogen. Hydrogen also for Schiphol, and especially sustainable aviation fuels for Schiphol. So there is this chicken and egg problem. It's too expensive and there is no production because it's too expensive and there's no market for it. So there we also see a role for Schiphol, for the whole aviation ecosystem to step up. So we are investing together with KLM and Sky Energy in a facility in the Netherlands. We are doing research for the next sustainable aviation fuel. It's synthetic kerosene, and we really try to speed up. That's the production side. From the consumer side, Schiphol, for example, has an amazing incentive in the airport charges. At Rotterdam, we have this Fly on SAF program, actually, where people can book and claim their own SAF. So it's not fueled at Rotterdam yet, but it's now fueled near the factory where it's produced, but it's actually possible to do so. And I think it's also important for the awareness, because if you fly from Rotterdam to the south of Spain, for example, and you want to do that 100% on sustainable aviation fuel, it will cost you 200 euros. So that's mainly doubling your ticket price. And that is the true price of a sustainable flight today. And there are actually people doing it. Not that much, but we are really happy that they do so. So that's how we try to change the sector, the production side, but also the consumer side, and making people aware that fuels will be more expensive. So, about the future developments. Like I said, the main impact of our infrastructure is concrete, steel, asphalt, and that's a lot. This is a preliminary design. It's absolutely not sure we're going to build it. Normally, I don't want to show any pictures that are not yet very official, but I really want to show you our latest design. I think this is one of the most sustainable buildings that we as an airport could do. So the difference is that we have a good consortium. RADAV was in there as well, but we also ask a circular architect, please design the building for us. So I think we need different people to collaborate, otherwise we won't change. The three main things is it's completely circular. It has a circularity building index of 80%. We try to achieve that. It has a bio-based construction, and the construction also has a kind of a tree look-alike. So it's based on biomimicry, but it's also really efficient building. So it's a really slim design which makes us use less resources. So I think that's the main solution, using less, design more smart. And on top of that, it's completely self-sustaining. It has a passive climate system. It's based on the earth, wind, and fire concept. So there is no heating and cooling as we know it today, but there's a natural flow, and we use the warm production of the people, and also the greenery has a function. So it's a completely natural building. Also the windows, they are on an angle that in the summer the sun can't come in, and in the winter we definitely want the sun to come into the building to heat it up. So I think these are the main things. Like I said, it's not sure we're going to build it, and it's a reclaim hall. That's also a very important part, because people don't want to be that long in a reclaim hall. So they actually wait for their suitcase and they get out to home or to their destination. So that's why it's possible to have a passive climate system. And therefore we accept a higher range of temperature variety. So if you want to have a perfect 18 degrees all year round, like in this building, for example, you need a massive climate installation for it. If you accept it to be like sometimes 2 degrees higher or lower, you can actually reduce your climate system and the energy used every day. You can actually reduce it by more than 50%. So the goal of this is design for purpose. People don't want to be in the building that long. They aren't supposed to be in the reclaim hall that long. So it's just a flow, and therefore we accept a higher variety of temperature. Another thing, so like I said, electric aviation will not decarbonize aviation that fast. But at Rotterdam The Hague Airport, for example, we have 50,000 air traffic movement, of which almost 20,000 are the big planes, and 30,000 are the smaller planes. These are the planes that actually will come into market in a few years. So if you like it or not, electric planes will come. So we need to prepare for it. So we have seen a few of these slides, and of course we are interested in the number of passengers and the range, and we're looking into that. But we have to see what will happen, where the industry, when it will happen, and what eventually is possible. The things that we are really interested in is the energy need, because we need to power it. So the good thing is that on a few planes we already have this eGPU, which has apparently the same energy need as a plane. So that was for me the first thing that I was really surprised about. But as you can see, as the planes get bigger and the range gets further, it is a real challenge for us. So that's why we do a lot of research and demonstrations, and to make sure that we're ready if they come into market. And we have this collaboration together with yes. This is also my final slide. So we have this collaboration together with all the airports in the Schiphol group, and we do a lot of demonstrations for electric and hydrogen aviation. So the first is unattended charging. So nowadays, it's by law, when you fuel a plane, you need to be there. It needs to be supervised. But of course, when we are charging a plane, we already learned that the PPT cell takes 1 hour. Bigger planes might take longer to charge. It will be a waste of time if someone has to supervise the charging process. So that's why we have this automatic process where we try to come up with a system that, for example, sees if there is a thermal runway or if there is a fire incident or someone at airside. So that's why we have this EU-funded project together with all the legislators to have this first step to solve it. Because all the laws are based on fossil fueling and kerosene. There are no safety restrictions, laws, or anything as we know it for hydrogen and electric batteries on airside for aviation. So we have to learn this, and we have to, well, we are really worried if we are ready when these planes are coming into market. The second project is the modular charging. We do that together with Pipistrel, and there we have this big container with all these batteries in it, and we actually try to do a demonstration that we simulate if there are several electric planes that charge at the same moment. Because in our current business model, the planes leave in the morning, and they all want to probably charge at the same time. And again, this is really, really necessary to do that at a smaller airport, because these experiments are quite critical for the power grid of Schiphol. So again, there is the collaboration really, really necessary. Then we have the Power Up. That's a Dutch collaboration between several airports, and we more look like the business case. So, for example, now the charging of the airport charges are based on maximum takeoff weight. An electric plane might be a bit heavier, but there is also no carbon emission or nitrogen emission. So how are we going to modify our airport charges? What is the turnaround time? Is there a business case? How does it work? These are the things that we are now researching in the Power Up, and it's a Dutch collaboration between all the Dutch airports in the Netherlands. For hydrogen, we do different demonstrations because, of course, hydrogen exists for a very long time. There's a lot of knowledge already existing, but in different industries. So therefore, we really want to collaborate with the different industries, but then at an airport. So we are going to do a test with a Hydra drone from the LNR. It's a dispensing test, so that we actually look at the whole powertrain from supplying the airport to a real demonstration flight on hydrogen. In 2023, we want to do a taxi test with Aero Delft. Aero Delft is the Delft student team that is now working on an hydrogen plane, and they were doing a taxi test on gaseous hydrogen. And we have this collaboration with Zero Avia. We hope to do a test, a real flight on liquid hydrogen, but we're not sure it's possible. So we start again with gaseous hydrogen, but at least we have this collaboration with Zero Avia as well. This is then the hydrogen demonstrations. So there will a truck coming to the airport. We have this facility where we store the hydrogen. Then we will dispense it to a smaller tank. So we start with 125 liters. Then we do dispensing in a 4-liter tank, and then we will actually have this drone who will fly on hydrogen at the airport. So for us, it's important to have the safety permits ready to make sure that we know. And for Schiphol, it's important to understand what the land use question is. So at an airport like Rotterdam, we are a small scale, but as you can imagine, for Schiphol size, if you really want to have like 10% or 50% of the aircraft to fuel on hydrogen, that is a massive question for the land use at the airport. So basically, we do a lot of tests. We have a lot of questions. There is a lot of research going on. And we really want to make sure that we are ready when these planes arrive. So to conclude, globally, based on the carbon emission, time is up and we know it. And I believe aviation will change, otherwise we won't fly anymore. And therefore, and I believe it's possible. So we have the innovation, we have the technology, we have the financial resources, we need to change. So therefore, airports need to be prepared to be climate resilient and energy positive. So at the moment, there is not enough sustainable energy worldwide. So all these great plans, the sustainable aviation fuel, the hydrogen, it needs to be green, otherwise it's not possible. So for that we need to invest in wind farms, in solar, in all types of sustainable energy to make sure that we have this sustainable energy we need. So we need to maximize the aviation fuel uptake. Airports can play a big role in that to accelerate the production and the consumption of it. And we need to be ready to facilitate electric and hybrid aviation. I believe it's possible according to the circular principles and staying within the planetary boundaries. And by doing that, we're supporting healthy and green cities and not the other way around. They're not supporting us, we need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for your presentation. And we have questions for you this morning. We'll start immediately with our first question that says, the Paris Agreement was signed in 2016, and it is now clear that the target of 1.5 degrees Celsius is not feasible anymore. What were Schiphol's actions in these 6 years?
Wow.
Very specific.
It's also a lot, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so we were there when the Paris Agreement was signed. I hope we, as society, stay somewhere between the 1.5 or not at least exceeding the 2 degrees global warming targets. So the actions of Schiphol, it's basically, so we have this sustainability strategy. It took us 2 years to build that one. So we did a lot of research. It's data-driven. So we started first, what is our impact and what can we do? So like I said, we don't have diesel anymore on airside. Yes, it's a small step, but we can do it anyway. If all the airports would do it, it is a bigger impact. If all the cities do it as well. So yeah, maybe you think it's a small step, but it's also making sure that people and other companies and municipalities and governments do the same. And yes, we can pinpoint to each other, but I don't think that's the solution. So all the things we have 100% solar power, wind power. We don't use diesel anymore. So these steps are small in aviation, but really big for the airport.
And hopefully lead also the way for bigger changes to come.
Exactly.
We have a question from Gideon, who's joining us in the audience as well. He says, what is the impact of Schiphol's sustainable roadmap upon the creation of new durable jobs?
Yeah, I hope we have a positive impact. So I think that the story of yesterday resonates really. The hospitality and all the jobs at the airport are durable in the basis. And I hope that we have an impact on that by making aviation greener and more attractive to future generations. So I see my generation. I think all the people who actually now start in aviation want to make aviation more sustainable. And that's also one of the reasons why I'm still in aviation. I think we can change it, and I want to have a positive impact. And I think especially younger generations need this purpose. And you see a lot of companies who don't believe global warming is a thing or anything else. They cannot get enough talent or the right people to support their businesses. So I think sustainability is the only way forward. So eventually all the jobs will be durable.
Hopefully so.
Hopefully
yes.
so, yes.
We have a question as well from Steen joining us up front here. Steen asks, recently Maastricht Airport was partially acquired by the SPL Group. In what way will the sustainable strategy be implemented with a new partner?
Yes, really good question. We already have a good collaboration. So the Netherlands is really small. We all know each other. So all the airports collaborate really good. So they will start with an ACA program. We will also support them in this first step. And I think it's really interesting because Maastricht has a lot of cargo. So that's different. So we can really use this new airport in the Schiphol group. And also Schiphol has a lot of cargo as well, but Maastricht is mainly, mainly airport for cargo as well. So I think it's a very valuable addition to the Schiphol group. And they have a very interesting local community. And they really need to speed up as well. So yeah, it's a perfect fit for the Schiphol group on sustainability level as well.
Thank you very much, Steen, for your question. We have a question from Angeline. She asks, what is Rotterdam Airport's experience with unattended charging and what are the safety risks, if any?
Good question. We don't know yet because the demo is planned for next year. So the safety risk is, of course, with the batteries. We all know that if there is a fire in a battery, we cannot do anything about it. So the thing that we are now looking into is to make sure that there are these sensors who can detect it earlier than a human can. So we actually are trying to, if it happens, that we can get the area clear and have the right measures in place to make sure that nothing else happens. So again, this is something we don't know, but we have to prepare for it. So that's why we do all those tests, and therefore is unattended charging really important because it's a waste. If it lawfully, it's by law mandatory to watch the plane while it's being charged, but again, it's more safe to do it with high-tech technology.
Thank you very much, Angeline. We have a question as well from Susan, we can see on the screen. Can you comment on the airport electric energy storage and the scale-up for demand as Schiphol may become future energy hub for the multimodal transportation?
Yes. So Schiphol is doing now also a demo with a super battery. So we believe we need super batteries because the grids cannot supply that amount of energy. So we need to store locally for the battery-driven aircraft, but especially hydrogen has a major land scale impact. So these are the things that we're now looking into. And for hydrogen, we have enough time. So we will make this master plan for hydrogen, but we don't know yet for what year it's possible. So, and that's fine. So we make sure that we have the plans, and we're now digging into. So I don't have any numbers yet. But the impact on the energy grid is enormously, but also on the land use. So things are going to change for the infrastructure of the airport. That's one thing for sure.
All right. We have one last question for you, Michelle. Emissions from the car trips to, from, or within the Netherlands are at least 10 times higher than aviation emissions less than 500 kilometers. Does Schiphol see this as an opportunity as well?
I'm not sure if I agree if it's 10 times higher, but yes, the car, especially if you're in there alone, it's a big impact. In the Netherlands, there is a lot of electric cars, and that's a transition that we're going, and we have a really great train network. So for the small distances, the train is a great alternative, and yeah, it's really crowded, and also from noise perspective, I don't think we should fly on small distances in the Netherlands. So that's why it's amazing that we have here this good use case, because here it's relevant. You don't have a train, you don't have an alternative, and it's actually less than 500 kilometers, I've learned, between the islands. So, but the Netherlands is, to my opinion, there are some other people who think differently, But I think the other alternatives are fine. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for your presentation and for your time at addressing all these questions. Let's give her a big round of applause once more. Our next speaker is Head of Sustainability and Environment Department at the Royal Space Centre. Previously, he was business manager at the Aerospace Vehicles Division for NLR and led NLR's electric flight research. Today, Maarten Nagelsmit will take us on a journey toward a climate-neutral future for Caribbean aviation. Let's invite him on stage with a big applause, Mr. Maarten Nagelsmit.
Thank you very much. Did you read the newspaper yesterday? You were on the front page, right? Historic moment yesterday. It's really a true great achievement. And as NLR, we're happy to be part of that, obviously. And I really cannot think of a better application case for electric flight than we've seen a lot of excellent presentations over the past few days. And this morning I will try to provide also some perspective, the more global perspective, how aviation fits in the global system, the perspective how electric flight fits in the total solution space of sustainable aviation, and in the end I will try to zoom in to the actual local Caribbean situation. But maybe to start with a short personal perspective. I just became a father for the third time about 5 weeks ago, and of course that also makes me want to leave the planet behind in a decent fashion. So that really motivates me, and I think through my work at NLR I can do so in one of the most difficult sectors, I think, to make climate neutral in the end. NLR is the Dutch Applied Research Institute for Aviation, so this means we are positioned in between universities, academia on one hand side, and industry on the other hand side. We try to bridge the gap between all the great ideas and the actual application in an industrial environment. And within NLR, we have a really great department, the Sustainability and Environment Department, and I think that also nicely illustrates also our vision, or NLR's vision on a sustainable aviation. And this is not only about climate, not only about global warming, which is of course very important, but we think it's also important, like Michelle also said, to also have a sustainable relationship with the environment. So this also deals with noise, with local air quality, biodiversity. And we think this should all be based on the principles of the circular economy. So we should also look at where the energy comes from, at the production, at all the materials, the end of life. So we need to look at the full life cycle of what aviation and in general any sector does. So, having that said, sustainability in tourism, also a great presentation yesterday by Mr. Peterson. Of course, there's a lot of aspects. Here a great picture of Sint Maarten. I think the beach dropped off the screen. This is a famous airport and a famous airplane here. Obviously, it's a lifeline here for the Dutch Caribbean, between the islands, but also to the other parts of the world where all the tourists are coming from. Of course, you have to tackle the local emissions of the stay over here, but you also have to take the perspective of the flight that's necessary or the transport that's necessary to get here. And to be honest, that's actually quite a large part, especially flying from Amsterdam, for instance, to here, of the total emissions of a stay here in the Caribbean. Of course, apart from the perspective here, there's also the perspective back in Europe or the United States. There are a lot of policies nowadays that increase the cost of flying, or, for instance, reduce the amount of flight movements at an airport like Schiphol. So I think that's also something that you can already feel here, as through these policies, KLM announced that one of the 2 daily flights to Curaçao would be cancelled in the near future. So this also has a direct effect on your local economy. So not just the policy here, but also the policy at the other side of the world, basically. Well, climate change in the Caribbean, we've already mentioned a few of these examples. Of course, very vulnerable here, sea level rise, extreme weather and hurricanes. But this is also what I saw from the plane when I was landing here. There's already wind turbines, a first wind turbine park, and I think there are already plans for a second one. So I think that's really great. But that's also, I think, a perspective here that's different from the rest of the world. And it also means that also what's happening in the rest of the world, I mean, CO2 is very agnostic of the location on the world. So it doesn't matter where it's being emitted, but I think in general, all CO2 emissions and all over the world should be limited, also for the Caribbean perspective. So looking at what is necessary. Paris was already mentioned. International aviation and shipping were sort of left out this agreement, and not entirely true. They left it to the UN bodies that deal with these sectors. I will come back to that a bit later. Well, the Paris Agreement was clear, below 2 degrees. Then Glasgow happened. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what was being discussed there. Not as big as Paris, obviously, and now we're at Sharm el-Sheikh. Actually today, this week, the COP27 is in Sharm el-Sheikh. And last week or 2 weeks ago, it was clear that the world is still way off track on the goal to keep the global warming below these 2 degrees. We're actually above 2 degrees and almost hit the 3-degree level. Well, the perspective from the European Union. This is Frans Timmermans, the vice chairman of the European Union. The European Union obviously has the Green Deal, where also all the states within the European Union have to abide to. And be very careful. I think there's a lot in the definitions of carbon neutrality or net zero or climate neutral here. This is something quite different than only dealing with carbon. This is about all greenhouse gas emissions. So in 2050, they should all be reduced to 0. And of course, that doesn't mean that at 31st of December 2049, you can start. There are in-between goals. So in 2030, this already has to be minus 55% compared to 1990. So this is the European perspective. Well, in my opinion, I think the European Union is a bit ahead of the game. Other parts of the world, they're also looking at that, but it's going a bit back and forth. And maybe after yesterday, things will change again. With the guy that's walking to his aircraft here, I think they've really picked up again. But not looking at, I think, the targets or climate neutrality, but they've really looked at what is realistic and what is also connected to their own economy. Yeah? I realize I use an acronym here. I should explain SAF, is Sustainable Aviation Fuels. The US is really betting on this horse alone, and they are mentioning 20% in 2030. They're really linking it also to their agricultural policy. So they try to connect the two to also economically benefit most from this decarbonization. But 100% sustainable fuels in 2050. So as I saw a lot of American tourists here in Aruba, I think this is also quite a relevant one. Yeah, and then going from the Paris Agreement without any targets for aviation to what happened also almost a few weeks ago. So really a lot is happening. The International Civil Aviation Organization of the United Nations agreed on a long-term aspirational goal for international aviation for net zero carbon in 2050. So I think this is a great achievement. I think this can be directly translated to also the Dutch Duurzame Luchtvaartakkoord, the agreement on sustainable aviation for the Netherlands. And I think this is also something that a lot of companies in Europe have already agreed on, and that is something I will come back to later. Something I don't like about this is that this only deals with carbon. It only deals with CO2. And the difficulty we have in aviation is that we're not at the Earth's surface, but we're at about 10 kilometers of altitude. And that's a very difficult one, because when you're emitting CO2, it doesn't really matter where you emit it, but a lot of the other things that are coming out of an aircraft engine, for instance, water vapor, nitrous oxides, they all lead to global warming. And with all these effects combined, it can be about 2 to 3 times more than just the CO2 emissions. It's a bit difficult picture, but I think the easiest one to imagine for you is the condensation trails, the so-called contrails you can see up in the air, which do not always exist. But when they are, they have the same effect as clouds, or clouds will also form from these contrails, and you can imagine that when on a cloudy day it blocks the sun, so this is a positive effect. It actually has a cooling effect, but during the night it has a warming effect, but because it will keep the warmth at the Earth's surface. So this is a very important one, just as important as CO2. It is a shorter term effect. If we stop flying tomorrow, also this effect will disappear, but CO2 will stay in the air for in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. But this is also something that has to be tackled also in the emissions, not just in real life. So are we going to the next slide? Yes. So is this realistic? I think that's also something maybe discussed tomorrow. I will already try to provide some perspective, and I will actually go to the next slide first. We already heard some numbers about the impact of several distance flights and emissions. It's a bit of a difficult picture, but the way you should look at this is that the dark blue line, the number of flights, shows the distribution over the distance in the horizontal scale. So in the horizontal scale, you see the flight distance. And the light blue line shows the CO2 emissions. This is the situation for Schiphol Airport in 2019. So I really have to mention that. It's slightly different for different airports or for the global world, but I think it nicely illustrates where the actual problem is and where we should find the solutions. So if you draw a line at the 20%, it's actually almost there. Also what Michelle said. I love the 80-20 rule. It's almost always true. Also here, 80% of the emissions are from 20% of the longest flights. And, of course, the other way around. So 80% of the shortest flights only account for 20% of the emissions. And actually, we already plotted some of the solutions here, where a distance of 500 kilometers is mentioned a lot for electric flight. When you look at the picture, unfortunately, that's only a few percent of the emissions. If we can push it to the right, and we're all working on that, we're doing a lot of research to put it to the right. They want to push everything to the right. It can be larger. But for now, that's what we think is realistic. If you look at hydrogen in a fuel cell combination, you can push it to 2,000 kilometers, but still, we're only at 20% of the emissions. Hydrogen combustion can push it a bit further, but the large blue surface area, that's what we have to tackle. And for now, we really have to rely on sustainable aviation fuels, on operational measures, and maybe in the far future, more radical configurations of aircraft. But I think what's also in there, then I have to go back, of course, because I skipped a slide, is these kind of lines. We see a lot of these kind of road maps with lines increasing. Increasing is not good in this sense because the emissions are increasing. Actually, the traffic is growing. And that's an interesting one. We're only engineers, we're only researchers of the technology, but this is about the population on the planet that grows. This is about upcoming middle classes in China, in India, that have never flown before and would also like to get their part of the pie. But I think that really, in the end, determines whether it's realistic or not. And this is a roadmap we've written for Europe. So what you see here is European traffic, all flights departing from the larger European region. You see a nice COVID dip. And already below you see what we think the technologies can provide in terms of reductions. So you see that also the current aircraft technology can be improved with the kerosene-powered aircraft. You can gain about 70% by 2050 from that. We see that hydrogen can play a role. You can also see that it only starts at 2035, like Michel also said, when there's hopefully a hydrogen aircraft on the market. We see operational measures. We can fly still a bit smarter than we do now. A single European sky, for instance, that can really help. So we see about 6% improvement there, and a big chunk again of the sustainable aviation fuels. And what is interesting here, we've done this together with an economic research institute, SEO, and we've also looked at the demand effects of these kind of technologies, because obviously it will become more expensive to fly for whatever reason, because sustainable fuels are more expensive, because there will be taxes or demand will be lower. So there's a demand effect, and actually in this chart you see for every technology there's also an actual demand effect. So what we project is that there will be less demand because the prices will increase. This is simple economics. And still then there will be residual emissions, because also sustainable fuels, for instance, do not cover a total of 100% reduction. So still there have to be about 8% of residual emissions that have to be compensated in a different way. So this shows, and that's also what we said, and also what the party said, it is possible if it's all supported by the right policy and regulations, and all players, they play their part. So now diving into the technology a bit more, my favorite subject, of course. It's an amazing time to be an aerospace engineer right now, because everything is changing. This is a revolution. It's not about 1% here or 1% there, and I see the new generation of aerospace engineers nodding. This is the third or maybe fourth and fifth aerospace revolution at the same time. Before we had the pressurized cabin, we had the jet engine, maybe composite materials at a certain point, but now we're really talking about big chunks that we have to take off, and funding for that. And well, to be honest, this is also what I like to see most. This is full electric. This is the only zero emission option that's out there. The only true zero emission option, of course, when the electricity is generated in a renewable fashion. You've seen the Pipistrel, which is a great aircraft, obviously, which is from Slovenia, by the way. You know, Slovenia is one of the smallest countries in the world, but they had the number 1 and 2 of the Tour de France 2 years ago. The previous first lady was from Slovenia. Melania Trump was from Slovenia, and the first electric aircraft in the world. It's a great country, also really nice food, by the way. Yeah. And this is from the United States or Israel. It's a full electric aircraft. Aviation Alice was mentioned a lot. It's also flown, so this is the newest generation. Of course, with electric flight, the battery energy density is the most important thing that's holding us back. As you can imagine, weight is much more important in an aircraft than it is in a car. The people who were flying with us this week all had to stand on skills before they could enter the aircraft. We can only fly for about 1 hour, but because of rules, because of safety, we have to take on a 30 minutes reserve. And I think that's also what you see, for instance, in this aircraft, and there's a lot of startups starting up this kind of aircraft, developing it. And you see also a lot of change, a lot of movement there. About every few months, they change their design, they change their ranges, they change their passenger numbers.
The propellers of this aircraft, for instance, were first at the tips of the wings, so they become more and more realistic as they develop, because it's all new. We've never done this before. There's no data on how this works. There are no certification rules. But in the end, a startup that has never built an aircraft before will be making this. So a lot of challenges, but I think if we can tackle this, about 19-seater, what is exactly what you need here is perfectly possible. And the ranges they're predicting now is about 200 kilometers, which is exactly what you need here in the Caribbean. So I think this is a great test case for that. But even then, it will be unfortunately limited. So we still need to push the battery technology. What is nice of electric aviation is that you can also change the design scope of your aircraft. You're not limited to large gas turbines on your aircraft. You can do all kinds of tricks with your propulsion to improve the efficiency that are not possible with current aircraft today. But you see that also the designs here become more and more actually conventional as they grow towards something that's also manufacturable and certifiable. So let's hope that this will be pushed as much as possible. We will also work on that. Of course, we have our own aircraft that we try to use for research and also these kind of demonstrations. We've also done that in the Netherlands with a tour of the Netherlands, where we visited pretty much every airport in the Netherlands to also convince people and to start all kinds of collaborations in our living lab with research and also educational institutes, student teams, and so on and so forth. And for the Pipistrel, our mission is to, as part of NLR's strategy, to fly it on liquid hydrogen in 2025. So there we're also seeking for collaboration. You already saw some slides where we're flying drones on liquid hydrogen. In that way, we're trying to build up and to learn on a smaller scale, lower risk, lower financing necessary, and then build up towards the Pipistrel. And also in the Netherlands, fortunately, we have a growth fund application. Where is it? Oh no, sorry, that's in one of the later slides. It's actually a link to what Marieke said, to the roadmap we've made together with NACO about the local situation. Of course, looking at the technology, but also everything around it that will be necessary for you, for instance, to implement electric flight with the renewable energy resources. Of course, the technology developments, the electric infrastructure, and the airport infrastructure, which has to change. It's not kerosene anymore. There will be a lot of differentiation in the energy sources on an airport in the future. So this is hydrogen fuel cells. ZeroAvia, also a picture you've seen before. Also a lot of startups here. If you really want to increase the energy density of your storage, you still want zero carbon emissions, then hydrogen is a very good solution. You can do it either in a gaseous form. You have to pressurize the hydrogen in a tank, and then with the fuel cell you can turn it into electricity. So basically this is electric propulsion, but the energy storage is the hydrogen and the fuel cell turning it into electricity. Also something completely new. You can imagine that there's also quite some safety certification issues with hydrogen, and actually the tank weight is still not very optimal. You have to pressurize it to about 700 bars, which means you need quite a heavy and strong tank. And this is something you can really think of retrofitting an existing aircraft. There's less impact on the aircraft than, for instance, battery propulsion, where you need a lot of volume and weight for the aircraft. And you can push the range a lot more. You can push it 2 to 3 times more. Also, startups working on this. And here, this is the picture I wanted to show you about the developments in the Netherlands. So there's a growth fund application, the growth fund projects, where we're looking at this aircraft, the Dash 8, that will be converted to a hydrogen fuel cell version. So retrofitting it. And I think this is also typically an aircraft that you see flying around a lot here in the Caribbean, but something that you can use then, for instance, for flying between the Saba or Sint Maarten and here, which is then probably not possible electric, but it can be possible with this kind of aircraft. So a lot of technology developments. Also in the world, a lot of companies competing to be the first to fly this aircraft. So we'll have to see when this will actually happen. Also here, quite a lot of certification challenges, as I would like to call them. Then, really taking another step at the larger aircraft, because in the end, as you've seen in the picture, we have to look at larger aircraft, we have to look at the longer distance flights to really make an impact in terms of CO2 reduction or carbon neutrality. By the way, previously, the fuel cell electric aircraft, it's not zero emission in my opinion. A lot of people call it zero emission, even Airbus here calls this zero emission, but there's water vapor coming from that. At lower altitudes, it's not so much of a problem, but there's water vapor coming from that aircraft. And here we've taken it a step further. Hydrogen combustion. So here's still the traditional turbofan engine, but instead of burning kerosene, it will burn hydrogen. Well, you're burning again, so this implies that there's also some more coming from the engine, and indeed there's also nitrogen oxides coming from this engine, and water vapor. A lot more water vapor than is already coming from the current generation of gas turbine engines. And in the back you see large liquid hydrogen tanks. Here, to push the range even further, we're not pressurizing the hydrogen to reduce the volume, but we're reducing the temperature, which is another trick. But for hydrogen to become liquid, it has to be minus 253 degrees, almost the temperature here in the room. But that's really cold. So another challenge for the storage, for the fuel storage. So also a challenge for the composite materials, for instance, to have to withstand these kind of temperatures. And when you look at the picture, still quite a lot of volume. Still about 3 times the volume of your kerosene tanks. You cannot store them in the wings anymore, so this will change your aircraft design. It will change your weight and balance. Will become a bit more difficult, and it will eat up your passenger space. So when you put it in the fuselage like this, you will have like an A321 size aircraft with about A320 size passengers. So this will also do something with your economics. The fuel weight is not so much a problem anymore. So when looking at for instance, the hydrogen infrastructure at an airport, a lot of people say you need to have hydrogen fueling infrastructure everywhere. Not entirely true. Nowadays, also aircraft sometimes take some fuel for the back trip on the way. But that's for economical reasons. But here it makes perfect sense. The fuel weight itself is not so much. So if you're well below your design range, you can already take the hydrogen for the way back, so that limits and actually increases the airports you can fly to. But like I said before, there's still nitrous oxides, and this aircraft is flying a lot higher. So when this emits a lot of water vapor, we're still not very sure what will happen to the contrails and the non-CO2 effects of this aircraft. This is really something we have to study a lot more, because when we make the decision, or when Airbus hopefully makes the decision, they will develop an aircraft like this. Then we need to know that it doesn't become worse because of the non-CO2 effects compared to the CO2 effects. What I just said is really important there. At a certain point, it has to be a commercial decision of an aircraft manufacturer to build an aircraft, an economically viable aircraft that an airline will buy and that they can actually fly and make a profit. If that doesn't happen, then we're all lost. And I think this is one of the most challenging things. At what point does an aircraft manufacturer have enough confidence that they will actually start investing in an aircraft like this? It will be like 10 or 15 billion euros, such an aircraft. So this is a big decision. So they need the technology development already, and this is happening in Europe, in the Horizon Europe program, in the clean aviation program. This is happening a lot at the moment. For instance, with demonstrations like this, test flights, you can also call them. But here you see an A380, a magnificent aircraft, not a big commercial success, but we can actually use it now because it's so huge to demonstrate and to test. For instance, this hydrogen combustion engine. You can see here on the back of the aircraft, you can see some of the hydrogen tanks. So this will actually happen somewhere in the coming years to demonstrate this hydrogen combustion. And we can also use this to do the climate research, to fly behind this with, for instance, our Cessna Citation aircraft and measure the non-CO2 effects. So a lot of technology development now. Airbus probably decides around 2025 whether they're confident enough to turn this in an actual product development program and invest the kind of money that I said before. And that's also really necessary to hit the target of 2035 that we need to hit to start production there, to start entering into service there, and replace all the aircraft until, or maybe not all of them, but a lot of them, before 2050 to hit the targets of the ambition in 2050. And then now it becomes even more exciting, the radical configurations. Like I said before, for the longer distances, longer than about 4,000 kilometers, so also for here, the flights to Europe, we don't have clear solutions yet in terms of the energy carrier. And this is a beautiful design by Delft University, the Flying V. If you look carefully, you can see it has a V shape. Still has traditional gas turbine engines, but this shape actually makes it easier to accommodate also liquid hydrogen tanks. But we really have to step away from the cigar with wings we are working with right now. This is all still quite old-fashioned. On the other hand side, the most recent cigars with wings, like an Airbus A350 or Boeing 787, are already terribly efficient. They're really great aircraft. They already have composite materials. They already have very efficient engines. And there's still a lot of aircraft in that category flying around which are 20, 30, 40 years old. Even aircraft of that age that are still being built, if they would all be replaced by these aircraft, would be much better. And it also means that an aircraft manufacturer like Airbus or Boeing, as they've just recently invested in those aircraft, will not do that for the coming 20 or 30 years. I mean, that product is already there, it's on the market, it's selling well, and it's actually very efficient. So this will not be on the market before 2040, 2050, so not early enough for the 2050 timeframe, but probably beyond. So also not a full solution for the climate neutrality in 2050. So then this is what's left: sustainable aviation fuels, and that's like a broad term for basically two different kind of fuels. There's the biofuels, and there's synthetic kerosene. Biofuels where you use, for instance, waste cooking oils to produce a kerosene, or synthetic fuels where you use hydrogen and captured carbon from the atmosphere to produce a synthetic kerosene, which is already possible. It's already happening at the Schiphol airport. About 1% of the fuel that's put in the aircraft is already the biofuel currently. This is the only one that is really commercially available, and up to 50% you can just use it in your aircraft. No certification difficulties, for instance. It's really a matter of availability and price, and the chicken and egg story that because of the higher price, airlines are not buying it, and there will not be new production facilities, so there will not be enough to provide this. But there's policy. Luckily, there's policy. There's a Refuel EU, a blending mandate for sustainable aviation fuels, about 6% in 2030, and larger amounts up to 2050. And Airbus is actually promising that from 2025 onwards, all the aircraft they're delivering are capable of 100% SAF. So also, when they fly for 20 years, there's no issue with using the 100% SAF. Still, that's not a 100% reduction in CO2 emissions. It's about 80%, and that's net CO2, because these aircraft are still emitting CO2 in the atmosphere, just like current aircraft are doing. they've just taken it from a different source or taken it out of the atmosphere before. So it's about 80% reduction in net CO2 emissions. But in the end, the big challenge here is what we call feedstock. Where does it come from? For the biofuels, you don't want it to compete with land use, with, for instance, deforestation. You don't want it to compete with the food chain. So there's a real limit to the biofuels there, which is also limited in the policies, by the way. And for synthetic fuels, it costs a lot of energy because you need to make the hydrogen first, and then you need to add the carbon to that. So it's about 3-4 times the energy that you put in that's coming out. So, or the other way around. Right? So that's really a lot of energy that you need. So, of course, we have also looked into that for some of the growth scenarios we've seen, or the future scenarios we've seen. A lot of graphs here on the picture, but we've looked at the demand. Those are the dotted lines, and this is the Dutch perspective, by the way. We've looked at the resources, at the renewable energy, all the production plans that are actually announced. So in 2030, there might be a chance that it will meet demand, but in 2050 it will be very difficult, and it's really based on how much does aviation think it can actually get of all the renewable energy in 2050 and also 2030. If we think 20% is fair for aviation, then you cannot meet demand. If you think aviation is the only one that needs this kind of energy in 2050, then it is possible. But this is really something we have to look at for the sustainable aviation fuels. Also a reason to look again back to the hydrogen, which is already a step before that, so less energy that's needed. So we really need to push the hydrogen as far as possible, and we need to push electric flying as far as we can for this reason. But then there's also other measures, and this is an interesting one. Things we can already do right now. Sometimes they're already being done. For instance, continuous climb and descent operations. If you just pull the throttle back when you're at cruise altitude and you soar towards the airport, it's very efficient. It's already being done every now and then. It has some capacity constraints. And this is an interesting one. And I also don't really like to be cramped into economy of Ryanair, but this really matters a lot. How many seats do you put in an aircraft, and what is the load factor of those seats? So it's already a lot better than it was 20 years ago, and a lot better than a train, for instance. So it's about 90%, but if we can increase this a bit more, would be better. So also business class, not very sustainable, I'm very sorry. For the climate reasons, you should all fly economy. Direct flights, usually the better solution, but for the long flights, an intermediate stop can be a better solution, because you have to carry all the fuel for the second part of the flight, the first part of the flight. So where a lot of people think, no, this is an extra takeoff that takes more fuel, more energy. No, that's not true for instance, a flight to China or a flight to here. If you could refuel in the Azores, that would be great great news for the climate, and basically also for the economy of the airline. And then a thing I'm usually thinking about: why is there a maximum speed on the road and not in the air? Why can't we all fly as fast as possible? We left Amsterdam with half an hour delay, and we arrived at exactly the right time here in Aruba, because the captain hit the throttle. But that's not very good for the climate. Also, flying lower would be much better. In the end, a turboprop aircraft, which airlines don't really like because of a passenger experience, or people perceive that as old technology, is a lot more efficient because they fly lower, they fly slower, and actually a propeller is very efficient. You will see a lot more propeller aircraft in the future, I hope. So, maximum speed. So for the policy, it should be an interesting one. Maximum speed in the air with fines. Tankering, well, I've discussed that a little bit, direct routing. Formation flying is the picture you're seeing here. So thinking out of the box, this is an interesting one. There's two aircraft flying really close to each other, or at least in aircraft or aviation terms, really close to each other. You can really make use of the upwash of the previous aircraft, like geese are also doing when they're migrating. And this can save a few percent of fuel, which is great. And electric taxiing, which is Schiphol already researching. They ordered a few taxi bots, and it can also be done here, of course, to pull the aircraft to the runway in a zero-emission fashion without starting their engines. So these are the other measures. And then some Caribbean perspective. When I was preparing this presentation a few weeks ago, I looked at the flights of that week, and where are they all going, and what would be the sustainability alternatives for those flights. And I think every airport is different, and I was surprised, but I understand it now. A lot of flights to the United States, long-haul flights, of course. Amsterdam is not on the map, but also quite a lot of short-haul flights. So very interesting situation here, different to Schiphol. Well, the solution is easy. These are the destinations on the map. The shortest flights you can do fully electric. If you push it really further, also Santo Domingo. But then hydrogen fuel cell would be a great option for all the flights up to 2,000 kilometers, or for instance between the Upper Wind Islands and here. And then almost every flight can be covered with hydrogen combustion, except for the intercontinental flight to London or Amsterdam. But that's also one, and looking at the impact, again, looking at not just the flight distance or a single flight, but looking at the total solution space to all the different flights. This is a graph from the Aruba Airport Authority site, which they're reporting really nicely. Look for the impact. Look where are the most number of flights, the most number of passengers, and actually the longest distances. And this shows that the United States, 70% of the flights and the passenger numbers as well. And I think this is really nice because this can be done with hydrogen, except for the United States not having a hydrogen strategy. But maybe this can be solved in a different way. But it also shows you also to abide with the US regulations. Also, sustainable fuels are very important and can also be produced locally with renewable energy sources here. But look at it here. Look for the impact and look for your local context, but also the international context you're working with. So, to conclude, some next steps, of course, the infrastructure has to be adapted. Of course, we need a bit more clarity, maybe which aircraft will come at what time and what is exactly necessary for that aircraft. But it's not only kerosene anymore in the future. I think that's really clear. The ground operations, maybe they can already be made zero emission. The carbon accreditation program of ACI is an important one, but also electric taxiing, for instance, can already be done. Policy and regulations are really important. There are a lot of players. When they all wait for each other, nothing will happen. There has to be some sort of push. And in Europe, they call it the carrot and the stick. Well, I think they're already leaning a bit towards the stick, but they're also really subsidizing innovation, for instance. But there has to be a stick to actually force people to make the change. I think in the United States they're a bit more leaning towards the carrot when it comes down to the sustainable aviation fuel policy. But it will not change by itself. In the end, the passenger will also have to make a decision, a greener decision. They will have to decide they are willing to pay more for a green flight than they are doing right now. Well, and build the business models. Probably something else is possible with the business models now. Everything is built around kerosene. The distances, the flights that are being offered now based on what aircraft can currently do, but you can really look at the different business model. I know people in the audience are working on that as well. For here, also in Europe, if you cannot make it in one flight in a green way, maybe you should change flights in between. Maybe not a big hub airport like Schiphol, but smaller regional airfields that are connected. If you can fly 4,000 kilometers on hydrogen, maybe limit your holiday to 4,000 kilometers or an in-between stop. Well, that's my final consideration. Look for the cooperation. We cannot do it alone. No one can do this alone. Nowhere in the world. We really have to work together and change this system into something that is climate neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maarten. We have plenty of questions for you.
I was hoping so, yeah.
And we don't have as much minutes, but let's do our best, all right? We have Asteris, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, in the audience that says, in the decarbonization roadmap by the British Sustainable Aviation Partnership, there is significant part coming from the CO2 removal. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think in a lot of the policies, there's a lot is coming from CO2 removal. Like I said, the bio feedstock is very limited, so it has to be synthetic fuels. And I think there are there are fuel demonstration facilities in Iceland, for instance, that have direct air capture. This is also technology that still has to be proven. And a bit outside our comfort zone in a sense, that's more chemical technology. And also a lot of energy is necessary, but basically this is the way to go in every and all policy is betting on this. I think.
Our next question is from Angeline, and she asks, if the world is currently so far off track in reaching climate goals, can the aviation industry still make an actual positive impact?
Well, they have to, right? An actual positive impact. Otherwise, the impact would be there would be no more aviation sector at a certain point. It's as simple as that. And we've already mentioned the global perspective of only 2 or 3% of CO2 emissions. Okay, but if you take non-CO2 into account, it already doubles. If other sectors are decarbonizing rapidly, like road transport, then it increases even more. So I think there's really no other possibility than to have an impact or not fly anymore. And it can also be the future. But I think I love flying, and I think you too. So we should make that possible.
Not flying is out of the question. All right, we have another question.
Depends on who you ask, huh?
Yes. We have another question that says, the term zero emission is popular, but it is not only about tailpipe emissions, also about manufacturing, supply chain, etc. Is it therefore a misleading claim?
Well, yeah. Like I said, I'm a bit surprised Airbus calls it zero emission because there's still hydrogen or water vapor coming from the tailpipe and actually also nitrous oxides. Like I said, at NLR, we really look at the full life cycle of all these technologies, so all the emissions that are also mentioned here. So I think zero emission, it's almost not possible. There will always be some residual emission of a wind turbine that has to be manufactured, so there's always something left. So misleading, yeah, I can call it misleading, but I think we have to be honest and we have to be clear to the public because we have to stay away from greenwashing and marketing. Yeah.
We have a question from Stain that says hydrogen aviation has a big potential. However, can we as an industry make sure that we only use green hydrogen and have sufficient of it?
I'm not sure if we or if the aviation industry can make sure by itself that this happens. I think this should be part of a larger strategy nationally or even on a European level, for instance, or on a global level. And of course, in the end, you want to use green hydrogen, but maybe, for instance, for our demonstration flights with our drones, we also use gray hydrogen because there's not another option currently. But there's a transition phase always, like also now a Tesla car is also charged with 80% gray electricity and 20% green. So in the transition phase, in the end, it will become easier to transition to the green version if you already have an electric car or a hydrogen-fueled aircraft.
Ladies and gentlemen, our time for the Q&A is up, but I want to thank Maarten as well for engaging with our audience. Let's give him a big round of applause. Do not forget about our Aruba front page, Martin. Please take it with you, yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more presentation, and we also have a panel discussion before lunch break. So I do not work in the aviation business, but I do have the authority to give you a couple of minutes for a stretch break if you feel if it's necessary. So I want to check in with you. How are we feeling this morning? Do we want a little small 5-minute stretch coffee break? Yes? Can I hear it a little bit louder? All right, we'll give you 5 minutes for a break, and then we will return with the program.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. From 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue with our program, so please take your seat. And those who are still outside, please join us in the ballroom so we can continue as well. Please take your seat so we can continue with the program. All right. Next up, we will hear from the director of SITA, the IT provider for the air transport industry, delivering solutions for airlines, airports, aircraft, and government. SITA stands out for offering integral solutions in the totality of the customer's operation areas with the purpose of facilitating the creation of an efficient and competitive environment that leads them to a vision of an intelligent, world-class airport, airline, or government. Mr. Torres, who's responsible for the development and managing of SITA business in Mexico, Central America, and Caribbean, will share with us more on becoming a sustainable airport. Let's welcome the director of SITA, Mr. Uriel Torres.
Larissa, thank you very much for the introductions. Really appreciate it. Okay, so first of all, in the name of SITA, I would like to thank the Dcca and the Aruban Airport Authority for inviting SITA, and just to give you a big congrats on this event. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to talk about, as you can see, about sustainable airports. So a lot of people was asking me, what was SITA doing here? So I expect to answer that question during the presentation. Secondly, I believe not everybody knows SITA, so let me brief you a bit on what is SITA right now. So basically, SITA is an IT and telecommunications provider to the airline industry. We are fully owned by the industry. Today we have around 400 members, we call them members, between airports and airlines in the world. Today we have presence with our technology in around 1,000 airports. In the Caribbean, we have been working for the last 50 years, in Aruba for the last 40 years. With the airport, we have been here for the last 20 years, roughly. And basically, we truly believe that IT and innovation should be green. So that is really key for SITA. So what do we do really? What we do is foster collaboration among all the different stakeholders in the passenger journey. So most of you, when you travel into Aruba, you were touched by part of SITA technology, because we are part of all the journey since you booked your flight, when you got into the airport, when you cross immigration, when you gave your bag, during flight, and also arriving into Aruba. Okay, so basically about sustainability and airports, why we should act now. So as people was mentioning during the presentations, right now people is very focused on the CO2 emissions. Right now the industry in general is responsible for 2% of CO2 emissions. However, we should not mislead this, because really, and people was talking before, with the all different global warming and the all emissions, not only CO2, we are responsible for around 3.5% of global emissions. And from all the transportation means, it's only 2%, because the full percentage of all the transportation is around 12%. From the 100% of the industry, only 2% is with the airports. Basically, 98% is with the airlines, and as it has been explained, is basically because of the fuel. Because the industry still relies on fossil fuel, which has big emissions. So what's going to happen in the future? First of all, we think, or we see that the emissions will be rise to 190 or 277% to 2050. Travel is increasing. So really, we believe that this sector will be decarbonizing much less than other sectors in the industry. The travel is increasing. You can even see it yourself now after COVID, how the traffic has recouped so far. And also, we have seen studies that in the transatlantic flights, turbulence will be increased because of the warming effect in the world. Okay, so we see a pathway to get to net zero, as it has explained before. We see short, mid, and long-term things that could happen. We are really focused on what can be done in the short term, which is basically why we are focusing in two things. And we believe, we believe that 10% of the emissions can be decreased if we focus on these two pillars that you can see in the presentation. Flight operations, basically trying to optimize flights, routes, takeoff and landings of the airports, stands and taxiing at airports, and what is called collaborative decision making, which is basically allowed to optimize the incoming and outgoing of flights between the airport, air traffic control, the airlines, government stakeholders in a collaborative manner. Infrastructure at airports, and we saw what Schiphol Group was presenting, basically trying to have energy efficiencies in infrastructure, and also not forget about intermodality at airports. In more mid and long-term measures, we see technology as a key part of it, fuel-efficient aircraft, and also hydrogen electric engines. As it was explained before by the previous presentation, that is really a key factor. SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, definitely. You know, IATA says that, 80% of emissions are decreased with this. So this is a key part, definitely, to get into the emissions reductions. And another thing, and also we're trying to help in that, is what is called market-based mechanisms, is how carbon starts to be offset. And also the carbon capture and storage is also now part of the market. Okay, so what we're doing is SITA really, as an IT company and a telecommunications company, we try to lead by example. So our goal was to become carbon neutral by 2022. Fortunately, we managed to be carbon neutral by September last year. So basically, we did a Planet Plus initiative within SITA, in which we were recognized as an IT company for the industry. And we achieved that. And also, based on the Paris Agreement that was presented before, we are committing to setting what is called science-based targets initiatives. So that is what we are doing right now, and we continue to do it, even though we have been certified as carbon neutral as from last year. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about airports. And what are the current limitations of sustainability and implementing sustainability? Okay, how we see the challenges at airports. First of all, the improvements in infrastructure. We need to optimize energy use, to optimize the turnaround of the aircraft, and also landing and takeoff cycles. There is a lot of lack of automation between data exchange among all the different stakeholders in an airport. And also that we see very often is the lack of integration between ANSPs or air traffic control and the airports themselves. Capacity. To accommodate capacity limitations, either at the airport or the airspace, the aircraft may need to require to hold on, just burning fuel before arrival, or just burning fuel in the taxiways before departure. So basically, all these traffic demands approaches, really we need to focus on, the more congested is an airport, the less efficient, the more emissions you can get there. And also, something that is very key, and I've been a witness because I live in Mexico City now, is how the airport should also work with local authorities and transportation to have seamless connection in the intermodality means of transportation between public transportation and the airport facilities. And this is a key thing, that, for example, right now, all the society is pushing in Mexico. Now, Mexico City, for example, has 3 airports right now. Okay, so what is SITA doing to support all these sustainability initiatives? So, as I mentioned before, we try to do all being tactical, trying to help right now what we can do in two folds. One is on the air side and also on the ground. So basically, we have all the solutions, all the software we do. Basically, we try to generate situational awareness during flight, before arriving, before departure. So basically, we can optimize on the fuel at the plane, all the weight reductions, all the flight paths when traveling, when flying. We do that. And on the ground, basically, to optimize airport operations, route planning, taxi times, reduce energy consumption, and also all the aircraft data analysis we can do to optimize and have less emissions. So basically, all these kind of solutions, we are doing a lot of artificial intelligence just to optimize all these kind of things. Okay, what we're doing, I'm just going to mention 2 examples right now that we are doing in the industry. And remember, 98% of the emissions are because of the fuel. So basically, for example, with Transavia, which is a Dutch carrier, as you all know, I'm for sure. We are optimizing the routes of the aircraft during climbing and when during cruise. So basically, they have a Boeing fleet. Right now, Transavia per tail is saving 70 tons of fuel a year, and the reductions in CO2 are 233 tons. So basically, this is a huge thing for us because this is one of the things we're doing really that are helping to decarbonize the industry. Most recent, we're starting to implement this with Singapore Airlines. So this is something very important for us. At airports, as I mentioned before, we do a lot of solutions for collaboration between the stakeholders, airports, air traffic control, airlines. However, in Palermo, in Sicily, in Italy, we started to develop a new solution that is it's an emissions manager right now. And here is so basically what we do is that we're trying to optimize the takeoffs and the LTO cycles at the airport. And the emissions are scope 3 because the airport is running this, but remember, the emissions are really much more from the airlines than the airport, so basically they are taking into account all the different ecosystems. So right now in the phase 1 of this simulation, we're achieving around 50% of reduction in CO2 emissions. So the future of sustainable aviation. So basically, that's what I was mentioning before. We think that innovation and technology is green. So basically, all the solutions that we are focusing on the industry, on our owners, airports, airline, are basically measured, and we measure it how it helps to be a more sustainable industry. That is something that happens. Recently, SITA has launched a program that is called Launchpad, in which we are trying to find a collaboration with the IT companies in the world, and one of the pillars of those initiatives is definitely sustainability. In what we do, in what we build, because we manufacture a lot of equipment at airports right now, we're trying to have sustainable design in all the life cycles management. We are ISO 1401001 certified in a lot of these factories. Right now, we are also tracking our own emissions. After COVID, with all the new policies of working from home and all that, right now, we are offering employees to go to SITA only 3 days a week. They can work 6 weeks a year everywhere in the world. And a lot of this is also with a sustainable criteria, so we can be more sustainable. We travel a lot in SITA, so right now when we travel, we try to offset all the travel we do, and we try to travel less. So that's also key for us. And last but not least, we are also, as we are part of the industry, we are active participants of all the industry forums about this topic. We are an active member of all that, and also we try to do as much as partnerships we have with universities. So if you see SITA could help in something, would like to innovate with SITA, we're open to sit with you. If you want to do something, we are willing to look into projects in which we can add. That's why we're so excited to be here, because right now we have specific teams in SITA trying to see how can we help with technology, with innovation, with electric flights, with vertical airports. I think what you're trying to do in the Caribbean is just fantastic, to have this inter-hub communication with this kind of flights. So basically, we are really happy to be here and happy to help if you think SITA could help in anything. I think I did it. Any questions?
Thank you. Gracias, Señor Torres. We have questions for you from the audience. We have a question from Angeline that says, airports operate on so many different system platforms. What could be a quick win action project to achieve integration?
Angelique, very good question, and it's true, you know, and basically some of the things we try to do is try to be agnostic because, you know, as SITA, there are other providers working in different airports. So, you know, one of the things I think we can do, and actually we work some things in Greece, in Athens, in the islands in Greece, is basically to have an ACDM platform, which is basically allowing collaboration between the different islands to optimize the departures and arrivals of all the flights, because a lot of them share the same airspace. So basically it's a coordination between airspace and the airports. So that's something that could be used here in the Caribbean, definitely. That's what I see as a quick win, regardless whatever system is there. So.
All right, let me see if we have more questions. Do we have any questions from someone in the audience with the raise of hands? No? Well, I think everything is very clear on behalf of SITA. I want to thank you very much for joining us and telling us a little bit more about SITA and how our airports can become also much more sustainable. Thank you very much. Let's give Mr. Torres a big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we continue with our first panel discussion for today. And our moderator for our first panel has been in the aviation industry since 2007. This year, Maarten started as CEO of Bonaire International Airport NV, the operator of Flamingo Airport, where safety, sustainability, and service are amongst his main priorities. Today, Maarten van der Scheer will guide the conversation on creating better air connectivity. Let's welcome Maarten van der Scheer. I don't think Maarten heard your applause. Let's give him an applause one more time so he can join us on stage. Here you are. Welcome, Maarten.
Thank you so much, everybody. And excuse me, I was welcoming the last panelists outside. So, the panel you've all been waiting for. I know that since Monday, we are experiencing many interesting presentations and panel discussions. We've learned a lot about technology, about certain parts of the industry in innovating and working towards sustainability. And now we have the opportunity to bring all those different parties together in one panel. And we're going to see if they agree on everything. Don't forget to submit your questions, of course, online or with the QR code on your table, because you have the option to question them on everything you want. And before I ask all the panelists on the stage, I want to introduce a bit on the topic. And as I said before, it's about creating better air connectivity. This is exactly the reason why we are here this whole week. So let's make a wrap-up of what we learned and ask all the panelists about it. Time to ask them on stage. So please welcome Madam Bridget Gijsbers, Director General of the Civil Aviation of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Second, I'm not sure if Robert already has his mic on. Yes, he has. Robert Karsau, CFO of Royal Schiphol Group. Robert, hi. And then it's time for Peter Gall, Managing Director of 270 Colombia, the aviation consultancy. And I continue with Peter. Huub Schotman, Vice President Fleet of KLM, Royal Dutch Airlines. Huub. There you are. And last but not least, thank you. Michel Peters, the CEO of NLR, the Royal Dutch. Is this Royal, Michel? Not yet, I'm sorry. We have many NLR. So here we go. Thank you for all being here, and also thank you for being in the audience and joining us on this panel. Can you maybe introduce yourself to the audience and maybe add something about why you are here, what is important, and what is your topic or your main focus? So Peter, can I start with you?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you very much for DCCA for organizing this wonderful event and for giving me the opportunity to be on this even more wonderful panel. 270 is an aviation consultancy company that started around 22 years ago. And from the start, the environment was very important. It's part of the DNA of 270. It started off with mainly noise studies, but then we expanded the services, and nowadays we cover everything from capacity, efficiency, safety, including environment being noise and emissions. So that's a vital part of 270, the service we offer.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're based in Colombia, so you have a focus on the bigger region, of course. So we'll ask you later about that. Thanks for being here. Robert, please.
Yeah, my name is Robert Carsau. I joined Royal Schiphol Group about 1.5 years ago as the CFO, but also responsible for our international business. And with this, indirectly responsible for what we do under the leadership of Joost here in Aruba. Joost explained what's going on here and the ambition set for the islands together, and super happy to contribute where I can. So happy to be on stage and to contribute where I can.
Thank you so much. Brigitte?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think it's quite clear why I'm here. We have to go to sustainable aviation, and we have to work together, all parties involved. So that's also the reason why the government's here.
Perfect. Perfect. Huub?
Hello, everybody. My name is Huub Schotman, responsible for the fleet within KLM. And I'll get back later on why KLM finds it very important, but maybe as a personal thing. I have a background in aeronautical engineering from Delft University in aircraft design. And having worked for KLM, for an airline, for many, many years, I've had my fair share of CO2 emissions, in all honesty. I've done quite some traveling. And of course, we need to change. I need to change. And it's fantastic that we have this conference here where we together find ways to make that change. I would like to personally contribute to that. And next to that, not only reducing CO2 emissions, it's also leading to all kind of fantastic new aircraft designs. We saw some pictures earlier today. So with my personal background, it's an exciting time to be there, to really disrupt this industry. So looking forward to it and happy to be here.
Thank you. And Michel?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Peters. I'm the CEO of the Royal Netherlands Aerospace Center in the Netherlands. Our mission is an applied research organization dedicated to aerospace, focusing on civil aviation. It's one of our missions to make aviation, well, basically more sustainable, but to focus a little bit more on that, make it zero emission, not only with respect to the operations, but with respect to the complete life cycle also of the manufacturer, and including end-of-life solutions. To that end, for that applied research activities we have a vast array of facilities, starting with a vast array of wind tunnels for making an optimal aerodynamic and aeroacoustic design of aircraft, and including ranging an electric aircraft which is currently this week flying here on Aruba.
Thank you, and it was exactly my first question, because you brought the aircraft here with the support of the Dutch Caribbean airports and the support of the ministry. And we had this historical flight Sunday afternoon with the Minister of Transport of Aruba. Since then you made several flights. What is your first experience, and how's the performance, and can we use this technology in the Caribbean?
Well, there are a lot of questions I'll try to take them one by one. Is it feasible, let's say in 2050, to have transport, climate neutrality and transport possible? The answer is yes, to my firm belief. Just to come back to this experiment between quotes, what I heard, I flew in just yesterday evening. What I believe it was quite successful up to now, so that's very promising. There were about 3 to 4 sorties a day, what I believe. And I think the use case, especially for Aruba and the other islands, because they are relatively short together, is perfectly for aircraft of this size.
That's great news. Thank you. Maybe Peter, can I ask you from a South American perspective? This week we heard a lot about the urgence of inter-island connectivity, affordable connectivity, sustainable connectivity. Is it just something from the islands, or is it also in the broader region topic?
It certainly isn't unique, I would say. I definitely recognize it from a Colombian situation as well. In this case, the obstacle is the water. In the case of Colombia, we have mountains, which is quite an obstacle as well. Connectivity in the province of Antioquia, where Medellin is the capital, connectivity is a very important issue, and it's not covered over throughout the province. So in their plans, future plans, connectivity is a main issue. And I think these developments are coming in very helpful to realize that connectivity. For an example, Uriel is a very small municipality, 60 kilometers from Medellin in straight line, but it takes 4 or 5 hours to get there. So I think the boat between the islands is quicker. So it's a similar situation and very needed as well.
Yeah. Maybe to your neighbor, Robert, to start, what is the vision of Schiphol Group on sustainable aviation? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, sustainability is very important for the Schiphol Group, and you can do that on different levels as an airport, I think. I'm a big believer you need to start with yourself. So we are making Schiphol emission-free, Amsterdam Airport Schiphol emission-free and circular by 2030. And that means we are electrifying a lot. We are changing how we run the climate in our terminal and stuff like that. And we are on our way to be emission-free ourselves by 2030. That feels good, but it doesn't really help because the emissions from the airport itself, of course, are only a minor part of the emissions of the industry. I think a second thing we're doing is that we're developing into a multimodal hub. So we are not, of course, we're primarily responsible for facilitating air traffic, but we also have good connectivities, for example, through train. And we're going to further invest in connectivity apart from airline connectivity. But I guess the main battle, of course, is to get the air traffic itself lower emission, if not emission-free. We're doing a number of things there. I think, first of all, in our tariff structure, we are encouraging cleaner planes. So if you fly a cleaner plane, you pay significantly less at Amsterdam Airport Schiphol compared to a more polluting plane. The second thing we're doing is we're also providing specific financial incentives. For example, in this tariff period, we are having 15 million available to subsidize the use of sustainable air fuel. So sustainable air fuel, of course, is a good thing to do, except that it's super expensive. So we're basically giving airlines a financial incentive, adding up to 15 million to compensate for the higher cost of sustainable air fuel. But the real battle, of course, is the further development of sustainable air fuel and eventually going to electrical flying. That means we're making targeted investments in innovation. For example, we have an investment in Synkero. They are developing synthetic kerosene. And that's a longer-term game. We also have research around electrical flying that we're doing, for example, in Rotterdam. So we're having a portfolio that we're trying to support where we can for the longer-term solution as well. But in the meantime, we will reduce our own emissions and subsidize what already works today. So that's the portfolio of things that we're doing.
Great. And that's our real steps, not in 20 years, it's happening
also
now.
Also today, absolutely, yes.
Talking about flying, Is this vision a bit of the same in your company? How does KLM look towards sustainability?
Yes, well, sustainability has always been very important for KLM. We always, that's on the top ranking of the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, and since many years we've had a sustainability office and doing all kind of biofuel tests. So it has been there for many years. But in all honesty, we've changed a little bit our idea about this in the last year or so. We had a strategy on sustainability, but we didn't have a sustainable strategy. So we have basically changed our core strategy within our company and basically saying, as an airline industry, we need to change. This is not sustainable in itself to survive as an airline industry. So in the heart of our strategy, we've put sustainability and basically formulate all kind of programs and projects which are feeding that. So and that is sustainable aviation, but there are more kind of sustainable aspects, of course, within our airline. But it's really in the core now of our business and not just something that we also have to do and where we have a different department for.
Then, Brigitte, hearing the industry, what's the role of the government? I mean, it's all step by step we're getting there, or is there a role?
Yes, of course there is a role. First of all, and I think we are taking that role in the last couple of years, we have set our policy towards sustainable aviation. There is a program, Aviation in Transition, which gained a lot of money from the government, nearly 400 million, to work on the development of sustainable aviation. And of course there are the normal rules for the governments, like making regulation, making experiments possible, make sure that the inspectors are ready for their work, that the certification processes can go on. So we really have an important role, but we have to together. It is an ecosystem, all parties are involved, and we have to be here together.
Reason we are here on stage with all the parties, so that's great. So there is planning, there is budget. Now here in the region there is the opportunity. And I know you were Monday on stage signing the MOU, committing yourself as the national government towards this project, this brilliant project, flying affordable, sustainable between the islands. So you are committed. So you are joining on the next steps.
Yes, absolutely. That's also why I'm here. Yeah. No, it is very important, and the three countries in the Caribbean and the three islands, the West Islands. Well, interconnectivity between the islands is of very great importance. Yeah. It is very important. Families live on different islands. People live on one and work on another island. They have to go to hospitals, to the dentist, whatsoever. So, well, because of the barrier of the water, this is really an ocean. So ferries are not that comfortable. So flying is well, more or less the only option. So we have to make sure that it is a sustainable option. And well, the studies show that the ABC case is really a good case to start here with electric flying.
Yeah. Robert, working further on this case, you do these experiments in Rotterdam and at Schiphol. Recently you bought a stake in Maastricht. Is this a signal that you are focusing more on regional flying?
No, absolutely. So earlier today we spoke to a few people from the island and I indeed explained that our acquisition in Maastricht is a good example of how we believe the industry will develop. Yeah. With electrical flying, the planes will be smaller. They will have a shorter reach, basically. But we expect there will be a new market, a point-to-point market between regional airlines. That's one of the two reasons why we currently invest in Maastricht Airport. We believe they have a new future with a new technology to have a sustainable means of transportation with these smaller planes with a reach of 200, 300, 400 kilometers. Yeah. We will see how exactly it plays out, but we believe it's a very serious bet on the future that we're making with conviction. Yeah.
But doing these experiments, focusing on those markets, what should the Dutch Caribbean airports do in order to prepare themselves for this zero emission flying, whether it's electrical or hydrogen? Please advise.
Well, I think for electrical, that's a big deal, because we made projections of the amount of electrical power that we need to be able to distribute over our facilities to charge the planes. And basically, already we're doubling now our electrical capacity to electrify the airport itself. Yeah. And if we then want to have a significant chunk of airplanes being charged, we need to once more double. So for those of you from the Netherlands, we're now getting our own TENET station. So we're linking ourselves directly to the power backbone of the country, because we will be one of the larger consumers of power going forward if all this develops. So the whole infrastructure of the airport needs to be adjusted to make that possible, just as one example.
Yeah. So we need the energy and the infrastructure.
Absolutely.
To be ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And what are the main challenges for KLM doing this transition in a broader sense?
We basically have two main challenges. For KLM, the first big challenge is we need to reduce our impact now. We have, of course, committed ourselves to the IATA commitments to 2050 zero-emission aviation. But we've also committed ourselves to the science-based targets, meaning that we have actually put strict targets on CO2 reductions before 2030. And if you look at the composition of our fleet and of our network, then of course the most part is being done by the wide-body aircraft, with the majority of the emissions. And that means that before 2030 we have to really do something with fleet renewal, fuel consumption reduction, and SAF. We probably have to increase a lot in use of SAF for the majority of our fleet, which will be expensive because it's rarely available as well. The second challenge is more related to what we're discussing here in this conference, is with all these new technologies in electrical, hybrid, hydrogen. And as I said before, we are changing our strategy, and we've really put a program in place here, which we call Zero Emission Aviation. Yolanda is with me here today, is managing that program. So at KLM we said we need to put dedicated resources on it to really get this moving also within KLM. And there the challenge for us is that it of course starts with the Pipistrel, a 9-seater, a 19-seater, and our smallest aircraft at this moment is an 80-seater at KLM Cityhopper. And then the challenge for us is, what do we do? Do we wait until this technology arrives and fits into our current business model? Or do we enhance our business model, and do we go back to turboprop or smaller aircraft? And of course that is a difficult question. It's really far away from our current hub and spoke business model in Amsterdam. But it's something we really are looking into. We're doing a feasibility study at this moment to see what position KLM should take in this. And as I said, we want to be pioneering in this change and getting not only for KLM but for the complete airline industry this change. So that means that we take this very seriously and are really digging into this and talking with a lot of parties, of course. Of course, we recently announced on the MRO side the MOU with Ampere, so we're making small steps. But this is something that this question is the big question that we need to answer in the coming period.
It's really a core question for what kind of an airline will you be in the future.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe, Michel, as the technology expert, you can help KLM by making those choices, solving those dilemmas. What will be the winning technology?
Yeah, that's a good question. The problem is at the current state of technology, there is no single silver bullet. Let's put it like that. Also indicated in the presentation of my colleague Martin an hour ago. The problem is the energy carrier, to put it a little bit abstract. We all know, of course, fossil fuel kerosene has a lot of disadvantages, but I have to admit it has one advantage, and that's the energy density. Yeah. It's very high. If you compare that, just to name a number, to the best current battery technology we currently have, lithium-ion batteries, that differs by a factor of 50. So that's huge. So basically what we are doing is we are putting our money on a number of technologies, energy carrier. That could be battery technology, which is currently being demonstrated by our electric aircraft. And you saw in the previous presentation that there are a lot of larger and smaller companies making the next generation electric or hybrid electric aircraft. The second, of course, is hydrogen. which poses some technical challenges, because you have to make it liquid. How do you do that? High pressure, or cool it down to minus 250 or something like that? Well, that's I can tell you that certainly will add weight to the aircraft. And the hydrogen, you can use it in both ways. So you can put it in a so-called fuel cell, but that creates electricity. That's very good. But also it creates a lot of heat. And last but not least, it creates water. And water at a high altitude is water vapor. Water vapor has a greenhouse effect, which can be solved probably, but it has to. And the last thing, of course, is to directly burn it in a adapted gas turbine engine.
Yeah.
So basically all the R&D throughout the world, I can tell you, especially in Europe, because there are a number of large European programs which are researching on this, is aiming at those three breakthroughs.
But this is causing a major issue for airports, because nowadays we have a very conventional kerosene kind of infrastructure. But Robert, we have to prepare for hydrogen, electricity, maybe other means of fuel carriers. That brings a lot of complexity to your operation.
Absolutely, and as I said, we are preparing for power to some extent, to at least electrify our own processes, but that will create capacity in the system as well. And we're prepared to invest if we believe that there's a mature technology and there's a market for it.
Yeah. Talking about investments, back to the MOU, Brigitte. So, if we want to launch a project here in the Caribbean, I can imagine that it will be a healthy project, a profitable project. The business case is good, but we need some kickstart. We need to get parties moving, airlines making investments, airports making investments. Are there any policy measures you have in mind stimulating this project?
Yeah, of course we are thinking about it because, well, we see that it is a huge investment. In the beginning, of course, an unsure investment. You won't make profit from day one. So we are thinking about it. If you combine it with the issue of connectivity between the islands, we really want to improve that for affordable prices for the people who live here. So if you combine all this, well, we are thinking, but it is not more than thinking, so there is not yet money involved.
No promises yet.
No promises yet, but no, we are making our national legislation ready for the public service contract, also here in the Caribbean. Until now, that is not possible in the Caribbean, only within the Netherlands. So, but that's the first step, and of course we are studying further if that is an opportunity, because then it is possible that you tender it in the market, that you well, support if there are losses in the beginning, support that until a certain amount. And well, you can also say, okay, you win this tender, but you have had a price maybe maximum of whatsoever. It should be sustainable, it should be fully electrical, and the frequencies should be so and so. So we have done more, well, measures in hand that we can really help this case forward. So, but
would it be similar to the system we have for the Dutch islands, the ferry system? Would it be something like that, or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is really interesting. As we say in Holland, it's twee halen, één betalen. So this is a win-win, I mean.
Well, in 2 weeks' time we have in Parliament a discussion on our budget, so make sure that...
Yeah. But the interesting part is you can set requirements and you can demand zero emission, for example, in the longer term. But we have to make the market, the business case viable. Peter, you know all about the situation in Venezuela and Colombia. You work for the bigger airports over there. Do you see a bigger market than just the ABC or the Bovenwindse Islands?
Yes, certainly there is. If you look at the range, we're talking about sustainable aviation, electrical aviation. If you look at the ranges possible within the short future, you can get to Santa Marta, Barranquilla, Cartagena, which, in my opinion, I'm not an expert in tourism, etc., but in my opinion, kind of covers the same class of tourism.
Yeah.
As well as I understand that a lot of locals from those countries, Venezuela, Colombia, live and work in the island. So I think there's a good opportunity there as well.
It could be a next phase, of course. Poco a poco, we will do it.
Yeah.
Looking at the timing, I have many more questions for you guys, but I think the audience also has a lot of questions. So maybe, Larissa, do you have some questions for us from the audience? Here we go, here we go. They are also in front of you. Gideon, of course, thank you for your question again. But this is a good question. What does the Sustainable Aviation Goals mean for the direct and indirect jobs in the Dutch Caribbean airport? So this is maybe a benefit besides the sustainability goals. And do we create more jobs because of this? Who would like to elaborate on that? Maybe from an airport perspective or from a technology perspective? Do we foresee extra jobs or sustainable jobs? Who would like to elaborate? Then Robert.
I think the idea of this initiative is not only that we make it more sustainable, also more affordable and at a higher volume. Personally, I think that the volume will be a bigger driver of the demand for labor than the sustainable move itself. Apart from the fact, of course, that the infrastructure of the airport will need to be adjusted, so there will be one-off investment, basically, for sure. But I think if we get the whole airline system for the islands together working in a more seamless way, and the volume will double or so, of course, that will have a very positive impact on the labor that is needed at the airports as well.
Yeah, I agree. And second one, Brigitte, is for you. And we already talked a bit about it. So, but will the Dutch government make funds available to the Dutch Caribbean islands? That's not only the best, but also CAS, in order to stimulate sustainable aviation. This is maybe a question from one of the airlines. I don't know. It's anonymous.
Well, it is the Ministry of Binnenlandse Zaken who is responsible for the Dutch Caribbean islands, and they own the budgets for it. So, well, we have to look to them if something is possible. But well, what I said, I think in an early stage, because we really believe in the ABC case or the SSM case with say West Asia and St. Martin, we really believe in those cases to experiment, to start, well, this transition. So, well, we have to see if there are possibilities.
Yeah, that's of course why the roadmap is really focusing on the Caribbean region. Yeah. I saw another question about the Groeifonds. Oh yeah, it's up there. Because that's another way to finance and kickstart innovation. Is that a route viable, Brigitte?
The Nationale Groeifonds is a fund of both the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And they have a commission which is fully independent, so we don't have any influence on that. So they decide if a request is a good request and well, can get money from this fund. And luckily it was possible for the luchtvaart in transitie, the aviation in transition. So, well, it has to be a big case, so probably we have to combine things and see that it's not about a couple of millions, it's about huge money. So we have to...
Good. Thank you. Then a question from Gerben, who's in the audience, and I like the question. It's a bit controversial, but I will certainly ask Huub about it. Will KLM and Schiphol, so Robert, you're next, limit its practice to entice passengers with a direct flight option to connect via Schiphol, offering lower ticket price or transfer box charges? So this is all about sustainability, of course. This is one of the other core questions, Huub, about the business model.
Yeah, it's Good question. It's difficult to answer that question here within my responsibility. Of course, direct versus indirect pricing is something because the product is different. Normally you would say a price for an indirect flight is lower than for a direct flight because you also normally compete on most destinations with others that offer a direct flight. And therefore you have to, at least when you have to attract traffic and have at least fill up your aircraft, which is needed also for sustainability reasons. You need to fill up our aircraft because in the end that means that you have an efficient operation. So that practice probably will not change so quickly, in all honesty.
Yeah, that's a fair answer. Robert, you want to add something to that?
Oh yeah, well, I think if you look at the tariff structure of Schiphol, transfer passengers pay half compared to what we call OD passengers. And that's because we're cost-based, because we have to from our government. So we're cost-based, so we make less cost for transfer passengers, and that's reflected in our tariffs. We are questioned every now and then by, for example, EasyJet, whether that's a good reflection of the cost.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a good reflection of the cost.
I understand. This is the
so we will not change that.
Gerben, are you satisfied with the answers? I'll ask you later. Stijn has a very good question. Because it's not only about roadmaps and plans, it's about next steps and doing it. I'm not sure who to ask, but making this ABC project happening, that would be a major demonstrator in the region and for innovation in the Netherlands. But what should be the next step tomorrow? What should we do? What should we work on? Maybe in the task force, which we agreed on in the memorandum.
We're flying here with a demonstrator, you can all see that. Yeah. It's not a real operational service, let's put it like that. But we all see a couple of slides, a couple of presentations that the whole world is working on. Indeed, e-flight for let's say 10, 19 passengers, which would suit perfectly to enter into a service between the islands. And that's exactly what my answer would be. Let's meet again in, let's say, 3-4 years and start the service. So get it out of the R&D trajectory so that we can then follow up with even the larger aircraft. That would be my next step.
But do you mean the next step after 3 or 4 years, or can we start tomorrow?
We are already working on that.
Yes,
If you literally ask, are there certified aircraft with enough range, fully electric, to fly from one island to another? The answer is no. That's an easy one. But I would set the goal to make that happen on as short as possible time frame.
So that you sound very convinced that this technology will make it to the market. Yeah, that's very promising. Robert, you want to add?
Unfortunately, I could not attend the full conference, but I've been able to catch up today and understand there's 2 different things that we need to make sure. First of all, that the network starts to provide high frequency, high quality and affordable connectivity services. And second of all, to make that sustainable. And I think the ambition can be to start with the first and then do the second. And what we should do tomorrow is to start creating that network. And I'm glad to hear that the law will be adjusted to allow for that public service, that public transportation model, where you get something like we have at the Waddeneilanden in the Netherlands, where you have a ferry service that is just providing a fixed frequency, fixed fee, highly reliable, high quality service. And I don't see why that wouldn't happen in the next 12 months.
It wasn't a promise, I heard, but it was a perspective, right?
It was a promise, right? Or not?
No.
It was, I thought it was a promise.
You heard me very well.
We have some confusion in the panelists now.
I'm looking for the upside here.
No, but I think I did understand Michael that he didn't say we have to wait 3 years to start up, but really start tomorrow and bringing parties together and find as soon as possible an airline, an aircraft, making sure that the energy is available, making sure that everybody is trained. On Monday, the fire brigade was mentioned if you have a full electrical plane. So there's lots and lots we have to do in the coming years to make sure that in 3-4 years we really have the first electric flights here in the Caribbean.
I totally agree. And I know that we agreed in the MOU about an action plan within 7 months. So there we have to tackle those challenges Huub mentioned before, and Robert is also mentioning. What kind of technology will be the front runner for this case?
Yep.
What infrastructure do we have to install? People, exactly. Yeah, sounds really promising. Do I have more time for questions? A couple. Excellent, excellent. We had about the groeifonds, and somebody is telling me, why tomorrow, why not today? Well, that's true. We have to move on from now on. I don't see any other questions, so I can ask another few. Or are there any other questions from the audience? Feel free to stand up and shout and ask us and interrupt us. So if not, maybe some last words from all of you about the situation, the next steps. Do you want anything to add to this discussion right now, or should we move into action today? Peter?
Well, I totally agree with the previous point that the need for connectivity is now already. So I think the first step should be focused on creating the capacity to provide the connectivity. There are already airlines flying, so I think that should be the first focus. What should be done to increase that connectivity, and if in the process that can be realized by sustainable aviation, that would be wonderful, and it should be a goal as well, but it should not put a brake on the development of the connectivity.
Regional perspective, I certainly see on the islands as well. Robert, any?
No, and I think, of course, if you start today or tomorrow with building that network, that will not be electrical flying. Then again, you need to realize that modern planes are much more sustainable compared to an old fleet. So if we would set up that airline with modern planes, that will also probably be much better compared to the planes that I'm told are currently cruising across the island. So there's even an opportunity today to become more sustainable compared to what seems to be the current practice.
Absolutely, absolutely. Brigitte, anything to add?
Well, I'm glad that on behalf of my minister, I could sign the MOU last Monday, and he will be here in a month's time. So I hope we can show him already that we set the first steps, and that's very important.
Great, great. Good.
Yeah, as I said, there are many challenges that we need to solve today, and maybe we cannot solve the whole thing here at the ABC Islands, but it's a fantastic case in itself to see whether we can make this change towards sustainable flying. And I only can, well, it has been said before, but we need to do this together, and I think we are starting doing this conference today to make this happen together.
Very good. Michel?
We are all talking, and rightfully so, of course, about sustainable aviation, which often is quoted as CO2 neutral, but that's not good enough. We are talking really about zero aviation, but not only with respect to the operation itself, but with respect to the complete aircraft, etc. So also end-of-life solutions are of equal importance, and that's also the research we are aiming at.
Yeah, we also learned that from your colleague this morning, and that's a very valid point. Maybe to summarize, I hear very convincing words about that the technology will be there, will be in the market. There's no question about it. It's the challenge is what technology for what mission do we need and what infrastructure do we need for that. But it's great news. The second thing is, I think everybody agrees that there is a great opportunity here in the ABC, but also up north at Sint Maarten and in Statia and Seba. So that's great news as well. I hear a government committed to supporting the case, to put it mildly, and we see the bigger market beyond the ABC Islands. So this is, for me, a very positive panel. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing up all the questions. Thank you for being here. Let's give them one very warm applause.
Thank you, Maarten, for being our moderator, and also to all of our panelists. Thank you very, very much. Excellent job, Maarten. Thank you. All right, it's time to properly recharge and enjoy a delicious lunch after this productive morning. So please take your time to refresh and enjoy lunch. We have exactly 1 hour, a little bit more than an hour. We will restart our program at 1:15. We'll see you in an hour.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's marine park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye, all the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin Land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curaçao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curaçao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curaçao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's marine park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you. With sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curaçao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curaçao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curaçao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. From 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. From 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. And when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's marine park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Hello, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue with our program. Please join us inside, and for those who are in the ballroom, please take your seat. I would also like to inform you that we found a hotel wristband from the Radisson Blu, so in case you lost yours and you're staying there, you will find this with Christine. All right, keep that in mind. We have it for you. You know, anybody who's staying there, they might have lost their hotel wristband. We have it. It's not for Angeline. All right. Our next speaker is the founder and CEO of Infinitum Energy Group of companies based in Singapore. Currently, Infinitum Energy is developing renewable energy projects in 7 countries for a total value of approximately $2 billion. Lindsay Nagle has over 20 years of energy sector expertise throughout the North America, Asia, and Africa. He believes that doing good business doesn't have to come at the expense of people or the environment. And today he will share more on powering the future through innovation and sustainable aviation fuel. Join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Lindsay Nagle. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. And as mentioned, I am the founder and CEO of the Infinitum Energy Group of companies. So as a developer of renewable energy projects, I think we have a unique perspective on some of the challenges ahead of us in not only decarbonizing the world, but specifically the aviation sector. So as mentioned before, we're all going to have a Q&A session at the end. Happy to answer things then as best I can. I want to start with a question, though, to kind of give an overview of what you think the challenges are today, and once we go through some of these topics, if this changes. So let's think for a second, it's 2050. What does the aviation sector look like? And then let's think, maybe it's 2100. What technical challenges have we overcome between now and then, and how is it going to impact us? So, types of flight. Technically, there's 3 categories. Short haul, up to about 3 hours, 800 nautical miles. Then there's long haul, over 5 hours, 2,200 nautical miles. Obviously, medium haul in the middle. But irrespective of short, medium, or long haul, there's really only 2 types of aircraft we're going to fly on. They're either going to be propeller-driven, short haul, kind of up to about an hour usually, hour and a half, or long haul. And each of these two types of flight represent very unique challenges in decarbonization. So let's start with short haul. Now the plane on the left is, ironically enough, from a company called Harbour Air, which I know has been discussed here today, and it's actually from where I basically grew up. And Harbour Air has a very, very unique business, which is also similar to that of the Caribbean. Their typical flights range between 20 and 45 minutes. Now this plane is a 1959 de Havilland Beaver that they simply ripped out the fuel tanks, changed the motor. So this is a lithium-ion powered float plane. Did its first maiden flight December 2019, and they are aiming for commercial certified operation end of 2023. Now the other plane on the right is by a company called Aviation. They're Israeli-based, operating out of Washington State. Now this plane was originally supposed to do its maiden flight April of this year. Never happened. Subsequently, the CEO resigned, and news was super sparse until kind of 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they came out of the woodwork and actually did their maiden flight. It went up. The flight only lasted about 3 or 4 minutes, but they've proved that they can get this aircraft into the air. Now, while both these planes have flown, when it comes to actual commercial flight, it's very, very limited. And to give you some context into this, the best commercially available batteries we have today, so lithium-ion, have an energy density of about 300 watt-hours per kilo. Now, what does this mean comparatively? To give you an analysis, Jet A1, so jet fuel, has an energy density of about 12,000. So it's 40 times the energy density of the best batteries we have. So this translates into not very long flight if you get in the air. The Harbour Air flight, that plane has 750 kilos of batteries in it to do a 25-minute flight. The actual weight they can add to this plane now, taking away the weight from the batteries, is 250 kilos. So 2 small people and their bags, technically it flies. But realistically, it's not very commercially viable today. So, with that in mind, what does the future of aviation look like for the short haul if we are to overcome this challenge? What does it look like if we have, let's say, for instance, batteries that are 10 times as light with 10 times the energy density? So, what does it change then? Are we able to overcome this challenge? And there are some technological solutions that are being worked on. These are in R&D phases. And let's all be realistic here that when it comes to anything in the R&D phase, the aviation sector is pretty risk averse. So if we have a brand new battery that comes out and it solves this energy density challenge that we have, is the FAA, are we going to be able to put that into a plane and put people up in the air on the assumption that this battery is going to work? But it is coming. So what does the future look like then? Are we in air taxis? Are we flying around on flying motorbikes like the Jetsons? Everything seems to change, though, once we overcome this hurdle of energy density of batteries. But long haul. Now this one, I believe, is going to be one of the most challenging things to overcome. And I have been spending more hours in a plane than you want to know. And because of this, I think of this one often. So the challenges we have around long haul are numerous, but to give you some ideas around some of the technical challenges we have, let's look at this scenario here. If we are to assume that we are going to do a long-haul distance flight on a propeller-driven plane that we have today, so we're assuming we have a battery that has 100 times the energy density, let's use a Q400 for instance. It's narrow body, single aisle, 2 small seats on either side. If this plane can technically fly from Amsterdam to Aruba, there's no business class, there's no laydown, warm meals, maybe. Are you going to do it? If that's what it takes to decarbonize, if you're going to do your good part, we're all going to do our good part, is this something you would subject yourself to? 18 hours in a plane like that. That's longer than flying New York to Singapore. So, technically feasible? Maybe. Practical? That's for everyone else to decide. The other big challenge when it comes to long haul with propeller-driven planes is one thing a lot of people aren't thinking of is if you've ever seen a jet have to do an emergency landing right after takeoff or mid-flight, those planes, if they can, they circle around for as long as it takes to dump fuel. And the reason they dump fuel is because the airframes and the suspension are not designed to land at full weight. They're just not designed that way right now. So if we have a new type of aircraft that takes off and it's propeller driven, have we overcome these challenges around the technical aspect that batteries weigh the same at takeoff and landing? So that plane's weight does not change from start to finish. Another thing that, another technical challenge that I think is overlooked when it comes to battery electric flight. Now, to understand the challenge with decarbonizing jet fuel, first let's talk about what jet fuel is. Now, jet fuel is known as Jet A1. And Jet A1 is not a typical off-the-shelf product. It's very, very specific. So specific, in fact, it has its own ASTM standard, the D1655. So it's a blend of hydrocarbons, base of kerosene, but it has several additives in it. Additives for things like lubrication, additives for proper combustion, and so to make sure it also doesn't freeze, right? Planes go from plus 40, plus 45 in the desert, and then when you're at 36, 40,000 feet, it's minus 50. So this fuel can't freeze, otherwise obviously you fly out of the air. So it's a very, very, very specific fuel, which makes it challenging to have an alternative to it. So let's talk about where the industry is today. And the IATA website, if you haven't been there, is a wonderful resource for getting anything related to the aviation industry. Now this chart, the red line at the top, that's where aviation was headed from 95 outward. If they hadn't changed anything, used the same planes, done everything as status quo, the red line is where we would be today. Thankfully, the shaded red area is where they have reduced their impact. So right now, the airline industry is at the dark blue line. And this dark blue line has been achieved from various small improvements. Improvements around air traffic control, improvements around ground procedures, improvements around jet engines, and things like wingtips. So reducing drag on jets. Now, the airline industry believes that with these continuous incremental improvements that they can get through this dark blue shaded section, they will continue to make small improvements. But this isn't the big piece we want to focus on. If the airline industry is to hit their goal of being 50% below 2005 emission standards, the shaded blue area is the holy grail. That is what we're shooting for here. And the only way to get there is to get there through sustainable aviation fuel or another alternative. Now, these alternatives are few, and sustainable aviation fuel today represents a small fraction of the fuel used. Right now, it's about 1% of the fuel consumed by the airline industry. The reason for this? Yes, availability. It is scarce. But More importantly than scarcity is cost. Right now, sustainable aviation fuel costs on average 7 times the price of Jet A1. So could we do it? Technically, yes. Price of flights might go up. So what is sustainable aviation fuel? As I'm sure it goes without saying, it has to be sustainable. But as Martin earlier was talking about, sustainable means we can't go log a forest to create it. And there's several ways you can make sustainable aviation fuel from things that are naturally in the ecosystem today. But you can make it from ethanol, or sorry, not ethanol, corn. You can't go take away food from the ecosystem to make jet fuel. So I think that kind of goes without saying. But when we talk about alternatives to fossil fuel sources, this one's a little more opaque. You can create jet fuel from things like coal or natural gas or bitumen. It's technically feasible, but this adds carbon to the ecosystem of the world. So in order to make it sustainable, you can't add carbon. So what basically means what's in the ground today has to stay in the ground going forward. And lastly, the challenge around the standard. The airline industry is a very complex beast. It's very intricate. There's all these pieces of a puzzle coming together every day, flights in and out of different regions. So we can't ask the airline industry realistically to upend this entire system. Whatever this alternative has to be drop-in, meaning that you can't change the infrastructure around this, can't change the fueling infrastructure, can't change the type of jets for a specific type of fuel. This would mean that an airline could hypothetically go Aruba to Amsterdam, and that's the only flight route that plane can do. It's not a very realistic solution. So it has to be drop-in and meet that ASTM standard. Now, there's more than one way to make jet fuel sustainably. And some have different challenges, but one way that is being made today that is completely sustainable is from regular, everyday garbage, municipal solid waste. Now, how do you make sustainable aviation fuel from municipal solid waste? This is a very oversimplified diagram, but hopefully it kind of answers high level what we're getting at here, and I'm happy to dive into this afterwards during the Q&A. So, waste is picked up. You take out all the inerts. So, think rocks, glass, metals. All that stuff comes out. And this, what's left is the organics, the plastics, wood, paper, things of that nature. Now, this is processed into what is called refuse-derived fuel. And refuse-derived fuel is used every day right now in all sorts of applications. It's used in cement kilns. It's used in waste-to-energy power facilities. But this can also be used to create sustainable aviation fuel via a process called gasification. That's for step one. So the waste goes into this chamber. This chamber, think of it as a hot plate. And there's 3 states of matter that we have here on Earth: solid, liquid, gas. So it goes into this oxygen-deprived chamber, and then this goes from solid directly to gas. Now this gas is called syngas. It's a synthetic gas. And then you pump the syngas out of the top, and then this is processed into liquid fuels via a system called Fischer-Tropsch. Now, Fischer-Tropsch has been around for over 100 years, invented by 2 German guys pre-World War I. So this is a commercially proven technology. It's operating today. But, as we spoke of earlier, the biggest challenge around this today is cost. It's not cheap. So what does the future of SAF look like? Well, this facility here in the background is a fully operational waste to sustainable aviation fuel facility. This project was developed by Fulcrum Bioenergy. The project's name is the Sierra Biofuels Facility. It's outside of Reno, Nevada. It's commissioned this year, March 2022. Now, this facility is processing 175,000 tons of refuse-derived fuel every year, and they're producing about 11 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel. So that's 44,000 liters, give or take. Now, as I said, they're not cheap. This facility is about $400 million. So they suffer from economies of scale, which makes it challenging. With this facility, you would be very hard-pressed to get one going on a Caribbean island. So, sustainable aviation fuel can be done. And when it specifically, you think in the context of the world's population growing and where that growth is, it's mostly in the emerging markets. So the emerging markets represent a huge opportunity to produce sustainable aviation fuel, specifically because as they become more industrialized, they are going to produce more waste. And that is where about 3/4 of the world's population is right now. So when we think of all these challenges, whether it be around sustainable aviation fuel or battery electric flight, there's many challenges, and the challenge especially with battery electric flight in the Caribbean, where this facility would likely not be economical just because of the economies of scale, is if you have a battery electric plane in the Caribbean, how is that thing being charged? Where do you get that electricity from? Because it doesn't make a ton of sense to have a battery electric plane flying if you're charged by diesel or coal. So, now that we've gone through some of the challenges around sustainable aviation fuel, battery electric flight, the technical hurdles we have in front of us when it comes to energy density on battery electric flight, or the creation of sustainable aviation fuel, what does it look like? So thinking through what you knew going into this, and us as a developer having a unique perspective of the technical challenges and the financial challenges around this. Has your opinion changed about, does hydrogen make sense? Because hydrogen is definitely an alternative fuel, but is hydrogen being made at scale today? No. Is it cheap? No. Is there a jet engine that operates on hydrogen today? No. So, thinking of what those challenges are, we believe that sustainable aviation fuel is a technical solution today. It's viable, it's being done, but it's more expensive. When it comes to battery electric flight, technically you can get into the air, but does it really make sense if you get onto a float plane and there's only 2 of you? It'd be very hard to make money as an airline if that's the case. So, with that, if there's any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Nagle. Let me check on slido.com if we have questions, and we have one that's also appearing on the screen. It's from Angeline, and she says, waste management is a big challenge for Dutch Caribbean islands. Can producing SAF help solve our waste problem and be a good business opportunity for the islands?
Great question. Yes, technically. But as mentioned, the economies of scale are really something that suffers in the Caribbean islands. For instance, Bonaire at 20,000 people would probably produce around 15,000 tons a year of RDF. And that facility I showed earlier, the Fulcrum Bioenergy one, is processing 10 times that. And that one is just at the cusp of financial viability. So when it comes to a technical solution, yes, but from a development perspective, you would never get it over the finish line in terms of financing the project, which would make it very challenging. So having waste converted to power on a Caribbean island is a vastly cheaper alternative to waste to fuels. The fuels projects are on average 3 times the price of a waste to power project. So you could take that waste and do renewable power with it, which would be obviously an offset to a battery electric plane, making that a fully green scenario. But when it comes to waste to sustainable aviation fuel on an island, I really don't think it would happen.
We have another question from Dave, and he says, do you think that there will be enough resources to produce sufficient amount of SAF to power long-haul aviation?
Yes. I think that is an unequivocal yes, and that is mostly because right now, outside of a few unique regions in the world like Scandinavia, most waste is landfilled, and that is just waste. It's wasted waste. Meaning that if we are to smarten up, so to speak, when it comes to the ecosystem of what we do with waste and how we value it, there is a tremendous opportunity with being able to convert waste into usable products, whether that be power or SAF. So, yeah, I mean, if we're looking at North America, which typically landfills everything, Africa, the other emerging markets where most waste ends up either in streams or rivers flowing into the ocean, piles burnt on the side of the road, there is a tremendous opportunity with being able to repurpose this waste into usable products.
Wow, that's great news. We have a question from Brian. He says, in your views, when can we expect a 10 to 16 seater for short hops, like for example, 50 kilometers, Seba and Statia?
Great question, and this is not one I would say that us as a developer are there to solve. That gets back to the technical question of battery energy density. At 300 watt hours per kilo, you are not going to see a plane that's able to take 10 to 16 people for any sort of distance with any sort of takeoff weight. That really requires a leap and bound, breaking through that glass ceiling of energy density on batteries. There are, like I said, there are technologies in the pipe, like things like graphene batteries are one that's definitely proving to be a very viable option in the future. But right now, I can't see anything that's going to come out and create a viable technical and commercial solution in the next 5 years. I think maybe 10 might be realistic, but that's your linchpin when it comes to battery electric flight, is really just the weight. At 3/4 of your max takeoff weight being taken up by batteries, you're not able to get anywhere and do anything on a financial model there.
We have another question from Stain that says, what role can traditional major energy suppliers take in accelerating the SAF production?
Major energy suppliers, as in, I'm guessing this will mean the Shells, the BPs, and the Totals of the world. Another great question, and ultimately they are going to play a really, really big role in this, and probably a lot bigger than some people think, because producing sustainable aviation fuel, the taking of the waste, the processing that into refuse-derived fuel, and the gasification of that, that's not such a technical process. The real technical process is the processing of that synthetic gas into renewable fuels. And much like we look to do with some of our renewable energy projects, specifically on the waste to fuels, is partner with one of the top oil firms in the world, because it's such a technical area of expertise that you need to have those people on board. Lenders are not going to lend to people on a $1 billion project without a certain level of comfort and expertise on that, and that is their niche.
We have more questions coming in. This one says, SAF Is SAF sustainable if it's produced from agricultural waste used cooking oil, but landfill waste is considered as sustainable source?
Another good question. So yes, if SAF is produced from agricultural waste, that would be considered sustainable. That being said, agricultural waste is pretty limited in tonnage. So you're not going to, you wouldn't be able to build a business model around predictability of how much agricultural waste you would get. When it comes to the landfill waste, it is considered sustainable. And the reason it's considered sustainable is because if we think of plastic bottles and everything else that we consume that would otherwise go to a landfill, this is considered in the ecosystem of the world. We are not adding carbon to the world. All we are doing is repurposing it. So while doing, say, waste to power, you do emit carbon from that facility. The alternative is to landfill it, which produces methane, which is about 25 times worse for climate change. So you actually end up getting renewable credits from doing waste to energy versus landfilling. So it is considered sustainable by any stretch, like whether it's Verra or Gold Standard or any of these carbon credit agencies. Taking municipal waste and converting that and repurposing that is considered fully sustainable.
Are there smaller scale installations that can be used to produce SAF?
Yes, but that being said, these are pilot facilities. They are not this is not economical. These facilities were proof of concept. Anything smaller than about the size of the Fulcrum Bioenergy facility at 175,000 tons a year is really it's a feel-good project. It's a proof of concept. It's not meant to be a real viable business.
All right. Well, Mr. Nagle, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge on SAF with us today in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our second discussion panel, we've had several conversations and heard different angles on sustainability, and one key point that's been consistent throughout this week is that reducing our carbon footprint is important for our environment, yes, but that financially it also makes sense for business to move towards more sustainable efforts. Our last panel for today on sustainable aviation will explore the question of, is it cheaper and better or complex and expensive? Our panel moderator has over 34 years of experience in the airport business. Geert is an all-around airport expert with special interest in airport strategy and development, master planning, and optimizing the added value of the airport for the region. Geert has worked for Schiphol Airport and as a consultant for many airports abroad. So let's welcome our moderator for this panel, Geert Boosten.
Good, ladies and gentlemen, welcome by this last session this afternoon. First, I would like to make an announcement. I'm here as moderator. Originally, it was scheduled that Karel van der Linden was here as a moderator. He has some serious events at his accident at his airport. So he's apologized he's not here. We wish him all the best with all the hard work he has to do to recover his airport and make it operational again as soon as possible. So, having said that, we're looking at a quite interesting discussion, I think, this afternoon. There are 3 topics listed, and one of the most important, most of the days we have been talked, aviation was talking about aviation. But there are many lessons to be learned also from parties outside aviation, even parties who don't know anything about aviation. So that's what we're going to explore this afternoon. Lessons learned, availability on technology, and also how electric flying will fit into circular economy. And to do that, we have a panel of experts all in their own field, and I would like to get them here, please, on stage. Rubiella Lampe, would you please come here? Rubiella introduced the first electric car here at the islands as an expert. Yeah. Jurgen de Jong, expert on automotive and also part of the group that set the standards for charging automotive cars in Europe and in America. Please. Sure. Dylan Farrow, researcher on circular economy. Welcome. And one expert, a little bit also in aviation, but also transport economist, Gerben Broekema. Yep. Okay. Good. Well, those are my notes. Okay. Let's start, and let's start by I can give a very brief introduction, but maybe a 1 minute round for each of you to give a brief introduction about yourself, your motivation, and so that the audience knows who you are and where you stand. Rubiella, may I start with you?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and giving me the opportunity to talk about sustainable aviation. So my name is Rubiella Lampe. My background is in engineering, process engineering from the University of Groningen. And I've been working for the last 10 years as a managing director of Ace Firm Engineering. Our firm is mainly involved in commercial and also in industrial projects, and commercial projects also in the area of sustainability and renewable energy. And on a personal note, I'm an electric car fanatic. I've been driving an electric car for almost a decade. Thank you.
Thank you. Jurgen.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Uriel de Jong. For the last 15 years, I was working in electric cars. I set up a network of charging stations for electric cars. Started off with my own car, and we ended up with a charging network of about 50,000 charge stations globally, so in about 30 countries. Last year, I sold off my company. I took some time to recover and relax from the roller coaster. But I also said I want to do something new and looked around and said electric aviation is very challenging. The electric cars will roll, that's no problem. But electric aviation is really a challenge. So I started 3 new initiatives. We started the Electric Flying Consortium in the Netherlands with about 50 parties involved in electric flying. I started Energy to Fly, which is a company which is building charging infrastructure for electric planes at airports. And I started investing in several initiatives, flight schools, OEMs for electric flying to really get the business started. So that's why I'm here and really enthusiastic on the opportunities here on the 6 islands. And I really think we should not leave this conference without really a planned approach how to do this.
Thank you very much, Uriel. Dylan, could you introduce yourself, please?
Is the mic on? Excellent. Yes, bon tarde, everyone. Thank you for being present. My name is Dylan Farrow, and it's such an honor being on stage with these individuals. A bit about myself. I currently work as a statistical analyst at the Centrale Bank van Aruba, and I'm also currently attending the University of Derby at the United Kingdom. And within 8 days, I'll be handing in an independent research to finalize my master's in big data analytics. Additionally, I've also conducted several quantitative research on the drivers and inhibitors of circular economy on Aruba. And I think also to add to the suspense of this event, I have the privilege of test flying the electric aircraft tomorrow morning. So they say sky is the limit. Well, tomorrow morning the pilot and I will attempt to push the barrier even further. So if you have a drink on the table, please raise it up for me because it's going to be a suspenseful morning tomorrow.
Yes.
My name is Gerben Broekema. I'm an aviation strategist. I started my career at the McKinsey & Company as an aviation consultant. And after 10 years, I switched to the corporate world to join Schiphol Group. had several roles there, and most recently, until 2017, I was head of group strategy and international development, and in that capacity also visited this beautiful airport. Since 2017, I have my own consulting company. I work both as an expert to other bigger firms as well as on my own projects. In the last 2 or 3 years, I'm almost solely dedicated to doing projects related to electric aviation, both feasibility studies for airport regions and also the Power Up program that was mentioned earlier. My academic background is actually in economic geography and transport economics, which is all about the value of transport to society and what sort of value it creates to societies. And I think that's an important angle, that especially in a setting here, like in the islands in the Caribbean, you see how important aviation is, which I think sometimes we tend to forget in the European context. And I'm very glad to contribute to this panel.
Okay, thanks a lot, panelists. And listening to your expertise and backgrounds, it is very different angles to take. And what I already mentioned in my introduction, these type of conferences are great. We learn a lot, but we learn mainly also from people in aviation with their experience on what aviation is going to do. I think it's very important in this panel to make use of your experience from different sectors, different backgrounds. And what can we tell the audience here from different experience? And I would like to start, a lot of time everyone, we ask the same question, but start with Uriel. You have mentioned in your introduction, you were one of the founders of electric cars in the Netherlands, but also internationally on standardization. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what your main experiences are, also now looking for half a year, walking around in aviation world? What are main messages for aviation?
The main message is these forums are great to exchange ideas and form a coalition of the willing. There are many people in this world who can tell you it is not going to fly. Well, we have seen here the proof it is going to fly. I also follow flying lessons myself in the pipistrelle, so I know how it works. And now it's really joining the coalition of the willing and start making steps. So start with small planes, build up the range, and I think the ABC Islands in the beginning here, with the short distances, is ideal to start and form coalitions with the American companies and with European companies. And I think you can unite them here in the Caribbean. So it would be good to form alliances and standards right away. I think with electric cars, we lost a lot of time discussing on the standards. Now we have set standards, and slowly all the standards become available all around the world. I think we can use those standards basically one-on-one to start off on electric aviation. So that would be my first advice. So first is start directly and start experimenting, because you cannot, from an Excel or a PowerPoint, you cannot learn to fly. So do it. And the second is start working together on the standards which are already there. The pitfalls we already have circumvented, and now build on the things we learned from electric cars.
Yeah. I hear you talking about standards and standardization. If I recall well, it was very difficult in the automotive sector to get to standards. Pipistrelle, the aircraft that's flying around here from NLR, it has its own standard, its own charging facility, it's a closed system. How are we going to break that? Because what I learned from automotive, that's not the way to go.
Yeah, basically all manufacturers have the idea that they want to build their own ecosystem. So their own charger and their own plane. And that is the chicken and egg. Everybody wants to do that because they can do it themselves. But if you, of course, an electric plane has to fly everywhere. So you want everywhere the same charger with the same charge speed, you want to reserve your slots, you want to have availability, you want to know for sure that it's working, you want to know the price in advance. So I think there are several manufacturers now working on the chicken, the planes, but I think let them do their thing. The chicken needs some time to get ready, but in the meantime, we can work on the eggs, so the infrastructure, and learn from the experience from electric cars. And I think we can do that in a few years' time. That it's not that difficult to have a network. It's also a misconception that you need huge amounts of energy. That's not true. It's in the beginning, you have small planes, you have hybrid planes, you need small amounts of energy. They are not really different from electric cars. Later on, if you get to really big planes, but then we are 10 to 15 years further, then you have serious energy consumption, but that is not the case today. So it's not a hindrance at all. I heard this at this conference, but it's not true.
Okay. We come back to that later on. I think that's a nice bridge to you, Rubiella, because getting started small, but you really started very small here at the islands in introducing electric transportation. Can you tell a little bit more about your experience and how you started here and what we can learn from it?
Yes. Basically, many years back, I was looking for an electric car, and it was not available on the island yet back then. So I did buy a second-hand Nissan Leaf, the first generation. And when I brought my electric car, many other friends also tested the car, my car, and they all wanted to basically get an electric car. So it started very small. We are, you can say, the adopters, but as we can see now on the island, it's going already mainstream. So a lot of people are already switching to electric car. And I think it's mainly due to one is the battery capacity. The first generation, you could only drive about 100 kilometers. And nowadays, the larger capacity batteries, you can go all the way to 500 kilometers, which is enough for a small island. And the other factor, I think, especially after COVID, is the rise in fuel prices. It's the fuel prices convince many people to just switch to electric car. It's much cheaper, cleaner, less noise. So, and what I can also share with you is that you start small. I think that's this message also for the aviation. You start with a small plane and you will go larger as the technology evolved. And we can see that also in electric car, that the technology already matured. It's been 10 years, a decade of electric car, and a lot of lessons learned that can be implemented also in the electric flying industry.
Yeah. Thank you. Jurjen also talked about ecosystem. I understood that you also set up the entire ecosystem, but it's not only the car, it's also the chargers, also the maintenance. Is that correct? That you designed the entire ecosystem here for electric cars? Yes,
correct. In the beginning, there wasn't a public charger. Many people charge at their home. It's still the case. And because we are an island, charging at your home is sufficient. And you can combine that with solar. So we see a lot of people doing that, combining solar for charging their car as well. And I can share with you that batteries, they can have a second life. My car battery, it lasted for around 10 years, the Nissan Leaf battery. And then it got a second life as a battery for a boat, a charter boat. So it's out there on the sea. The boat is called Star, and they just retrofit the boat with electric car batteries and solar panels. So even on small islands, you can reuse a battery. So that can also be the case later in the future for electrical planes.
Okay, thank you very much. Talking about circularity on batteries, Dylan, you are doing research. I'm very glad that you can be here even 8 days before handing in your master thesis.
Yes,
but can you elaborate a little bit more from your research on circularity and what we can learn, or what is important if we look at electric aviation in terms of circular economy?
Of course. So to elaborate a bit further, the research that I conducted was specifically revolved around the application of circular economy within consumers on the island. And what was determined was that the drivers are its ease of use for circular economy, its cost effectivity, and then also if people actually believe in the technology. So to break it down, for instance, if it's difficult for me to apply circular economic principles, then I simply will not make use of it. Additionally, if the costs are too high, again, I will not adopt it. So these are the focus when you try to electrify an aircraft. One, is it going to be easy for me to book a ticket on these things? Is the availability there? And then also, is the cost going to be lower than a traditional aircraft? Well, in the case of the islands in the Caribbean, right now the costs are a bit high to go between islands. So when electrifying these aircrafts open the door for cheaper flights, then the possibility arises for people to adopt this transportation, the use of electric aircrafts. But then also what Rubiela mentioned that was beautiful was the second life of these batteries, because one of the main questions in aviation is, or not in aviation, but in general, is what are we going to do with the waste of these batteries? Now, Jurgen elaborated a bit. There are many standards across the aviation industry, and one of them focuses on the uses of these batteries. How many times can you use them before you have to discard them? Now, instead of throwing them away, one, we can convert them into a boat, like Rubiela did, but alternatively, we can also use them within our infrastructures here on the island. Because as we spoke yesterday, these aircrafts, they would need to be charged with electricity. Now, of course, we can just take a generator, fill it up with diesel, crank it, and it does the job in generating electricity, but it beats the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. So we have an abundance of air, wind, an abundance of sun, but when the sun doesn't shine, we need batteries to hold the energy. So these aircrafts, we can repurpose their batteries in our current infrastructures at the airports, charge these batteries, and then when needed, we charge these aircrafts again, using the old batteries, giving them a second life. And these are some of the use cases of circular economy within the aviation industry, and then specifically when trying to electrify the fleet.
Yeah, and then I think in the end the ideal model will be is that we have a complete battery program in the aircraft or in the car, then we use for storage or a second life, and then in the end that we also recycle the resources, the scarce resources in the batteries, so that we also use them as basic material to make new batteries.
Of course, basically in this case, after you use these batteries to charge at maybe the airports or other infrastructures, again, you recycle the materials and then it comes to full circle. It starts over again. So most definitely there are several ways of applying circular economy within the aviation industry.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and you mentioned in the beginning of your answer, Dylan, or that about cost, etc. Well, talking about cost and talking about what can we learn from economic side and transport economies also in other transportation sectors if we want to start electric aviation. Gerben, can you tell us some lessons learned? I know,
yeah,
I know that you have long stories, but
exactly.
make us...
So one part is actually the aircraft economics, which I said a few things about. The other part is actually transparency, and I very much like your point, Jurgen, that you need transparency. So let me take you to four main aspects of purely the aircraft economics of electric flying. There's the cost of the fuel, there's the cost of the maintenance, there's the cost of the battery, and there's the cost of the ownership. And let me go one through them in a quick way. So first, of course, the fuel. Jet fuel is expensive. But energy can also be, electricity can also be expensive. And at the current conditions, I think that may have been discussed yesterday as well, at $0.40 per kilowatt hour, electric flying is not all that much cheaper, unfortunately. However, if you have a transparency towards a cost that can actually be going below 10 cents or maybe below 5 cents per kilowatt hour, it becomes a completely different story. So that's one thing. Maintenance is another part, which is on the one hand lower cost because the engine is simpler. On the other hand, you cannot fly as long to maintenance centers. You have to do quite a lot of maintenance locally, which actually is a bit of a cost addition. Ultimately, I think there will be scale so that the lower. Then thirdly, it's the ownership cost. And ownership cost, there, of course, the big issue is that also probably the local airlines will face, how do I fund such a big aircraft? At the same time, if you look, for example, in the Netherlands, there's big subsidy programs, like the 4,000 euros that you can get for an electric car. If you have those kind of statements that you can anticipate on as an investor, as an airline, that will create clarity on the business case. And finally, on the, what was the last one? The batteries. So also there, we know from the industry that there will be a low cost. But if you already create that transparency of second life use cases, then the story becomes very convincing altogether. So whereas maybe when you look at the current conditions and not knowing all the sort of the other aspect, the second life, then it may be quite challenging. But with all these sort of developments going on with statements, also maybe from the airlines over time about incentives to have this segment promoted, it can certainly be a very interesting case leading to lower cost for flying.
Yeah. Thank you, Gerben. Is it then fair to say that we're talking about business cases also for electric aviation, but that there's not one business case, but that there's a family of business cases that we have to develop. One part of the family can be the transportation, the other part can be the whole reuse of the whole life cycle of batteries. Is that correct? Is that also what we learn from other sectors, that we have to create families of business cases?
Yes, exactly, of course. Every investor, whether it's the airport, the airline, the OEM actually, they need to make their business case around. But I think what's the main sort of step that we now need is to create that long-term transparency towards each other, what we can expect, because altogether it makes a lot of sense. But when we anticipate only on our own current conditions, then it won't work.
Yeah. Okay. And what is the role of government in this? Because we're setting up a new industry. We all know that there will be not in Dutch an onrendabele top, that there will be part of the investments you will never recoup. In automotive, how did we deal with that? Or did you see, was there a special role from government where we can learn? And you have to bear in mind.
Yeah, I think in the Netherlands, the government played a very positive role. Sometimes governments get negative attentions, but I think in this case, the government really did an excellent role. What the government did, they started the Formula E team, and there were representatives from the government, the industry, and educational instances like universities of applied science, and they very closely worked together. We had Prince Maurits starting it off, so we have the Prince as a figurehead. We went to China, we went everywhere around the world where something was on electric cars, and we had the stimulation from the government on not only stimulation on the cars, and first you had the Teslas with a lot of stimulation, but in the end, we earned that money back, because now the Netherlands has a very prosperous charging infrastructure business with many large multinationals who sell their technology all over the world. So all the incentives the government basically prepaid are now coming back. So here we could start a Formula F team and do the same. I think there are enough experts in this room to start off, and also the government is here. All the governments are here, so I think it's really good to join forces and come to a Formula E flying team.
Did the government support you here at the islands, or did you do everything yourself, or did you miss support from the government?
The government actually did support. They did lower, for example, the import tax on electric cars to only 2%. So that was a good incentive.
Excellent. Yeah.
And they also reduced the tax, the road tax, significantly. So they did introduce some incentive to convince the general public to switch to electric car, but it took still some time for people to really do the switch. And further, I think they also could consider even more incentive. For example, I know in the Netherlands they had the day and night tariff. So those are other incentives that also could be considered here on the island to further motivate the general public to switch to electric car.
Okay, thank you. And talking about these incentives, and part is also is technology, is government regulations. Dylan, yesterday in our conversation, you also mentioned something about behavior and behavioral aspects. I think that's also part of creating a circular economy. It's not only technology, but it's also behavioral part. Can you tell a little bit more about it?
Of course. So when conducting the research on circular economy, some things became evident. First, everyone agrees we have a problem at hand. Everyone agrees that climate change, or most of everyone agrees that climate change is a serious issue. Everyone claims that they want to contribute to a more circular economy. However, when measuring their current circular economic habits, turns out they're not actually that circular. So what became evident is that behavior also plays an important role. Because if I do not want to adopt it, I simply will not. And then two aspects come into the conversation. The first is, one, how can we convince these individuals to be more circular? And then on the other side, how can we still, not use the word obligate, but press them a bit harder to be circular? So on one side, you can educate individuals, because by educating these individuals, you help sculpt their morals, and by having better morals, eventually you apply circular economic principles. But on the other hand, use cases, everyone agreed that the single-use plastics were bad for the environment, but it was not until the government straight out banned these plastic bags that people stopped using them. So on one side, we can drive circular economic behaviors by educating individuals, but on the other hand, the government can also play an important role by not only incentivizing these individuals, but also pressing them from the other side to help mitigate the damage being done if we follow our current behavioral patterns. So again, behavior plays an important role because, one, it fuels our drive towards circular economy, but it can also mitigate our progress if we do not want to adopt it. Yeah. So behavior is very important.
Yeah. So is it fair to say then, listening to you all, is that if we want to introduce electric aviation and as part of a circular economy, it's not only technology, it's not only procedures. We have to look very much into economic incentives, into how to change behavior from all of us, had been said before on this stage today as well. And I think it's important to, as a government, to understand from how government also contributes to make things happen or to create basic conditions that get into motion. That's, I think, something that we all agree upon in this stage. But there's one thing missing. It was not part of my introduction, but I'm still also working at the University of Applied Sciences in Amsterdam. So I also have a passion for training young people and making sure that those young people are not trained with the technology and the knowledge from yesterday, but we have to train them for, there are two of our students sitting there, and we have to prepare them for their career in aviation. How about human capital? Uriel, how about human capital? Do we get the people trained already on time for electric transportation here, or did you have to train them yourself?
For electric transportation, yeah, that's correct. That was a challenge because basically here for maintenance, the people are trained for typical combustion car, and this is an electric car. But we are seeing that more car dealers on the island are also switching to providing the service, training their people. So it all went organically. Everybody's catching up. But for sure, in the start, it was a challenge to get people to work on your electric car.
Okay. Gerben, ideas on human capital?
Well, I think sort of it's a bigger transition just about than just aviation. So when you talk, for example, I'm actually supporting today a project for the Curaçao airport, and the transition is partly related to the terminal, it's partly related to the aviation side and the air side, but there's also a land side challenge. And I think sort of the interesting thing is there's a big sort of energy transition that can make an airport an energy hub, and sort of all of that together is actually what actually I think the future students will need to sort of embrace, and the education being included.
Uriel?
Yeah, I think transportation is using, going to the basic electricity is some sort of combining force. We are in the lucky position that we get less and less dependent on the Putins or Saudi Arabia or Venezuela from the oil, but basically you can get the energy locally, you harvest it from the sun. All technologies come together, so I think for the islands it's possible to have young people study electrotechnical engineering on certain levels. You need engineers, you need mechanics, etc., and all that knowledge come together for electricity, appliances at home, home storage, electric cars, electric planes. So I think it would be possible if you really get a hub here that you can also have education here and maybe even educate people for the surrounding countries here.
Yeah. Dylan?
Yes, no.
As a student yourself?
Sorry?
As a student yourself?
Yes, for 8 more days.
8 more days, yes, of course.
No, always actually. I truly believe education is the key to the future, and there is no fixed point to which we stop. And as mentioned, most definitely by creating a hub on the island in the Caribbean region, it enables economic growth because, again, there is the opportunity for more people to start specializing in areas that previously was not possible within within the region. So most definitely, it opens the door for economic growth even. So again, I see more initiative to proceed with the electrification of these aircrafts.
Okay, thank you. I would like to switch a little bit to a question we had yesterday, all of you, and I think Dylan, you were asking the question, is it relevant to start electric aviation here at the islands? Because we only save a little bit, relatively to the global emissions, a little bit of CO2. So why should we do the hassle here?
Well, to answer that question, I think fundamentally it's a 3-part question. So it's the what, it's the why, and it's the how. So what are we doing here? So what is circular economy? On a basic level, circular economy is basically reducing pollution. It is giving back, it's interconnectivity. And so to reduce pollution by enabling the electrification of these aircrafts, it gives us the opportunity to step away from these fossil fuel use, which contribute to global greenhouse emission. But then, again, the question arises, we are only a small dot on the grand scheme of things. Collectively, we are still a group of small dots. How much of a difference can we actually make? Well, Julian elaborated a bit because he lived 4 months in Bonaire, and in those 4 months he noticed that if the sea levels were to raise 1 or 2 more meters, yeah, it's game over for the island, and it's also the case for the whole Caribbean region. So, but even if tomorrow the whole region were to convert overnight 100% sustainable, again, what difference does it make? Well, you see, Aruba, Curaçao, Bonaire, and all the other islands in the Caribbean right now, we are small, but we are rather close to one another. We have good relationships with one another. So by fostering the electrification of these aircrafts, right now, as Rubiela mentioned, you have a Tesla that is capable of driving 500 kilometers, but at the beginning, they were only capable of doing 100 kilometers. So we have an opportunity to foster innovation and fuel the electrification of these aircrafts. We have a perfect testing ground to build upon current technologies. And then, despite us being a dot on the world map, we can contribute to these bigger aircrafts to come down the line in the 15 years and the 20 years that Julian mentioned. So, although we are small, we have capacity to fuel and even explode innovation in this area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but just, do you agree, you're working on Curaçao Airport now, do you agree that what we are doing here, electrifying aviation at the ABC Islands or at the Dcca Islands, that's a global impact in terms of?
No, I think that with every industry you need a starting point to reach scale. And I think even though there are short flights, that's where the technology starts. And I think what we, as Europeans, might sort of think about is, so one of the inhibiting factors here to roll out is the cost of energy. If we, for example, if somebody flying on KLM to Curaçao or Aruba compensates its emissions, not maybe in trees in Europe or somewhere, but by funding a sustainable energy fund that actually builds the solar panels or wind farms on the islands, that would reduce the energy costs and at the same time it provides sufficient energy to make electric aviation happen. That would really improve the interconnectivity, but it also put that sort of that starting wheel of aircraft becoming being ordered, the charges being sort of developed, and then you come into some kind of a virtuous circle of scale, and then we also benefit over time in Europe. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but that's one of the things we're discussing here with many people. Setting up, and that was one of the questions in previous sessions. Is a groeifonds, a growth fund, is that an opportunity? We're looking into that. How do you see this? What's happening here after having these discussions now for 3 days? How can we link this to the developments that we have in Europe and in the Netherlands?
Yeah, I was already mentioning the electric flying coalition in the Netherlands. From that coalition now, a growth fund initiative has started on electric flying, and I think it would be a great to combine that with the case of, in first step, the ABC Islands, because you have all basically the Caribbean is a sweet spot for electric flying. Those 6 dots, small dots on the world map, they can be connected via electric flying. Maybe you have a few other sweet spots in the world, like Norway or Canada, with some mountains or small islands. But they don't have solar energy, and they also don't have those beautiful beaches, and they also don't suffer from the direct climate threat. So I think basically you have and you have the problem of interconnectivity between the islands, the high prices. So I see many reasons to connect, to join forces, and to start with these islands and to share the knowledge which is already gathered in the Netherlands from electric cars, but also from electric flying, and use the islands here as on one hand a test bed for the bigger picture of the whole world, but on the other hand to solve an actual problem, and that is unique, I think.
Yeah, talking about an actual problem, next to me is sitting one of the heaviest users of aviation between the islands. How important, what would it mean for you if we have a good working network with electric aviation here at the ABC Islands?
I think it will be very important, especially for the business community that serve other Caribbean islands, the ABC or St. Maarten, Saba, because right now it's very difficult, especially to travel between islands. It's not easy to get a flight, especially to Saba, Bonaire, the other Caribbean islands. It's not really accessible. And I think if you are able to do it in a more sustainable way, less noise, less emission, it will also feel better than going around in these combustible usage airplane that you know that impacts the environment, and especially if you're a heavy user So you are also aware of that. But here on the island, you don't have another option. It's not like in the Netherlands that you can take the train or the bus. You have to basically take an airplane to be able to connect or do business in the neighboring islands region.
Yeah. You also told us yesterday a story that you sometimes also have to fly via Miami
That's
to get to the islands.
Correct. Yeah. It's sometimes there is no flight or limited, and then it's the only possibility is to fly through Miami and then travel back down. So it's not really efficient if you look at the sustainability point of view to travel first all the way to the north to Miami and then back to St. Martin or other Caribbean islands. And I think for sustainable tourism, it's also important because many tourists come to the island and they want to see the other Caribbean islands, ABC, or the other islands in the region. And right now, there's limited possibility to do island hopping. It's not really there. So, I mean, for European tourism coming to Aruba, it's really an opportunity if you can see the other Caribbean island in a sustainable way. That's, I think, is an added value for the industry.
Yes. So we see from why is it important for the ABC Islands? It's partly local effect on reducing CO2 emissions. It also is has a social effect. It also for ease of doing business, flying tourists around, creating scale for economic part. But I think also important to realize that what we're doing here is also a testbed and a real very good example or an environment where we also can learn for other sectors, other regions. For instance, in the Netherlands, where we are working hard to introduce electric aviation, we can do it first here and then take our lessons learned here to the Netherlands and vice versa from what we are doing with students and people also working here together in preparing tests, bring them here to the islands. Excellent. I would like to switch a little bit to the future. If we talked about lessons learned, we talked about the importance for the ABC Islands. What are from your perspective and background in other sectors? What should we take to the future, and what kind of there were a lot of questions today also on the screen on concrete steps. Gerben, can you help us a little bit? You have some ideas, I know, on the future of what we should do to bring things in motion.
Well, as I said before, I think one of the biggest hurdles right now is the electricity. If we can really sort of make that bold step and commit, maybe as the Netherlands or anybody flying to this island, to put all our sort of offsetting schemes in creating that sustainable energy source here, including the battery storage, it will be a massive impulse to the whole development of electric cars, electric aviation. I think that could be really an interesting point to pursue.
Anything that do you think that the growth fund, our subsidy, or does the government have to subsidize, or is it more important that they change regulations in such a way that we can start?
I think there's it's a lot about also the long-term business case and understanding the economics. And once that is becoming clear, then the funding will come itself. I don't think it is less so about regulation. I'm less of a believer of, for example, the Norwegian model, where they just say we demand everything to be electric aviation by 2040. It can be more about incentives. And I think also we as customers, people who are flying here, can make a very important contribution to that.
Okay. Dylan, what do we need to do to make electric aviation here circular from the start?
Well,
difficult question, I know, but very.
Most definitely, as we are currently still in the infancy stage of applying electric aviation on the island, important would be the designing of everything, the designing of how are we going to do it. For instance, right now, maybe not specifically on the island, but even the design of these aircrafts contribute actually down the line to the greenhouse emission, because it's not only the fuel usage or the electricity usage, but it's also the building of these aircrafts and then also the discarding of these aircrafts. So by creating aircrafts, as an example, that are more modular, it enables us to adapt these designs in the coming years. So that's just one with the aircraft, but then also applying it on the grander scale on the island. By having such design philosophy in mind, it enables us to, one, start from the get-go, being efficient, as making as much as a small impact as possible in greenhouse emission, but also the modularity enables the ease of use of different parts. It's a continuous learning process, so by being a bit more modular, it enables us to switch out what is not currently working or what can be more efficient, and enables a more circular future that is not that too far away.
Okay, thank you. Design is important. Yeah, that's also something we're working on with Dcca and also the maintainability of stuff. But design and maintainability, Uriel, also comes then to some standardization, or maybe even thinking ahead on how we're going to design the aircraft, but the entire ecosystem. I know that being in the aviation world for some time, often we from aviation say, well, the others don't understand aviation, and I think you have come to that yourself, maybe also over the last months. What is needed to make sure what kind of spark do we need in aviation to open up for real different experiences?
I think what we really need is a showcase, a real example, and what's better than beaches, sun, have a field of solar panels at all the airports, have batteries to store that energy, have also the batteries to quickly put it into the plane. And that's also important, that a plane has a quick turnaround time, and show it to the world. I think that's how it worked with electric cars. Just do it and show it. I ran maybe thousands of rounds with all kind of people who didn't believe that it was possible, etc. Just show it. And okay. I think that's it.
How about just do it? You did it.
Yes.
Biella, so what's your message for the future to start taking your experience to aviation?
Yes, correct. I think we can learn a lot from the EV industry. Just start, and the technology will mature along the way, as we have seen with the EVs. And there is a lot of, I think, from, as we've seen here, different background that we can learn from. It's the aviation industry. It's also the renewable energy industry, EV industry. All these technology and expert, the synergy, everybody comes together, share their knowledge. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I think for sure we can take off small, as they say, and we grow along the way, but it's important to start. As they say, not all the stars need to be aligned, but you need to start. And once you start, once it's proven, once people see it, they see the plane, the larger plane in the future flying, they believe in it, and it's cleaner, and less noise, better for the environment. And I think what's also important is the operation and maintenance cost is lower, as we have seen in EVs, so it should be the same with electric flying. When people see all these benefits, I think we'll just have to start. That's the message.
Thank you very much. I think it's, looking at the clock, it's maybe time for some questions. If there are questions from the audience. Yeah, I see a number of questions. A question from Dennis. So from what impact will e-flight have on travel taxes? Will they be lowered or remain the same? I think looking at Gerben, typically a question for...
So in the beginning, I think I said sort of the kind of elements that determine the overall cost. When you look at the current conditions, it will probably be slightly lower than the current airfares, not much. But the good thing about electric flying is that everything will become cheaper over time. The batteries, actually an electric aircraft is much simpler to build. There's far fewer parts, so the unit cost will probably also go down over time. You have more cycles in the battery, so there's a lot of things that will make it cheaper. So ultimately, my expectation is that by 2030, the cost will be significantly below current travel cost.
Other thoughts about this question, or no? If not, then we go to the next question. The question directly to you, Rubiella.
Okay.
Sustainability is a hot topic in the last few years in comparison to 10 years ago. What inspired you to go towards electric cars 10 years ago?
Correct. No, I think 10 years ago it already started for me to be more conscious about the environment, and I think the electric car had no emissions, zero emissions, so that was important for me. I think also the efficiency, it was more efficient than a conventional car. Those two are the main reason I did switch. And also already back then I start seeing the sustainability element into large commercial projects. Nowadays it's even more. So renewable and sustainability is integrated in large commercial projects. People think more, they're more conscious about the environment. So with the year it's becoming more important, and I think that's a good movement.
Okay, thank you. And a question, do we know how we recycle at the moment electric cars at the island, except from your excellent example on batteries in the boat?
I know of many electric car batteries that have given a second life. Other usage that I know is, for example, the electric carts. Have been I know a school project where they're converted electric go-kart in an electric go-kart. So people, it's mostly hobbyists, but they are reusing the batteries right now on the island. Yep. And they are, I know at another neighboring island, they are buying these batteries and using them for the golf carts. So they are converting the golf carts into these EV battery. They're using it. So that's another large-scale application being used at other islands.
Excellent example. There's a question about biomass, but I don't think that we have biomass experts in the panel here, so I would like to skip that question. Sorry for the one who asked the question. Maybe as last question from Brian, the big picture. How can we propel to the finish line? Step one is the conference, but what next?
Yeah, well, if I can jump in, I believe we have to look at it from a philosophical point of view. So as a circle has a beginning but no end, there is no finish line. It's going to be a continuous process to ensure sustainability that's not only applied within a district, not only within an island, a region, but also to the whole globe. It is going to be a continuous effort, and it's going to involve everyone, not only the experts sitting on the stage, not only those in attendance at the conference, but also those tuning in, the younger kids. They will be contributing to the future again, to the future tomorrow, sorry. So it's going to be a continuous process that is going to involve everyone. There is no finish line. But after this conference, a continuous effort from everyone is a good step in the right direction.
Okay. Do we have time for another question, or are we out of time? We are out of time, so then we stop. I would like to give a very brief summary on what we've done. I think important message is that we lessons learned from other sectors, take them into account, and not only focus on aviation, but I think that we can learn a lot from what's happening outside aviation. Realize that what we're doing here is not only solving and contributing to affordable flying also for people here at the ABC Islands, but also an excellent example for where we can learn at other places in the world. And I think we have also learned from suggestions on start, just do it is very important. I heard a couple of times. En maybe to end in Dutch, if we do all this, dan wordt elektrisch vliegen gewoon een ABC'tje en kunnen we verder gaan. Dank u wel voor het panel. Thanks for the panel.
Panelists, and a big round of applause for our moderator. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is a wrap for our third day of Flight into the Future conference. Tomorrow's topic will take us into a reality check where we will focus on research and also on investments. Today, we don't have a workshop, nor do we have a masterclass. However, the results of yesterday's Inter-Island workshop will be presented tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. We are reaching the end of a very fruitful week. And of course, we will see each other tomorrow for the last conference day of A Flight into the Future. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon and evening. Mashadanki, temayang.